Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
After the setbacks of 2020, which saw just a single round contested ahead of the impact of the pandemic, there was much anticipation for a return to action for the 2021 season. Keith again played host to the season opener, although to a more subdued crowd than normal due to the ongoing effects of COVID-19. But with 12 months to prepare, the teams were fired up and ready for action, which came thick and fast.
Dad? Oh, I'm alright. Good. Yeah, I'm good.
Earlier on I didn't realise it was the top 12, so I was still making changes to the boat. I changed the rear stator, which changed the steering. We got the first corner, but then as I sort of set up for the next one, it just drifted a little bit wide and I caught an outside edge. Simple as that. Once that happened, we just become passengers.
With Hutton eliminated, the final saw former champions Scott Krause, Fonzie Mullen and Slade Stanley doing battle, although everyone was forced to concede that it was very much a battle for the lower steps of the podium. Reigning champion Slade Stanley coming into the final with an advantage of 1.7 seconds over arch rival Mullen, whilst his advantage over Krause was almost double that. The contenders, though, hadn't been without their own challenges, all three striking drama in the lead up to the final. But that didn't deter them, as each one of them set their fastest time in the last run of the day. Stanley showing just how hard he'd been pushing with his final 5 laps separated by just half a second. Likewise Krause, who set 5 laps within 4/10, but in the end, no one could touch Stanley.
Yeah, nah, it's pretty good. We had a few issues at the start that were quite minor in the end, like with the fuel. But yeah, pretty happy to come away with the win.
From Keith, the Penrite Series moved to Tamora in central western New South Wales for the traditional day-night event. Again, the contenders battled into the final. Former champion Daryl Hutton arriving at the circuit with a brand new boat after an epic 5-week build. But despite his best efforts, he just missed the final with Krause, Mullen and Stanley again doing battle. Mullen had found improvement with his new jet speed hull, which was in just its 3rd event, reigning world champion chipping away at Stanley's advantage, his consistency allowing him to pressure Stanley into the finals, where the hazardous team suffered an electrical setback, dropping them onto 7 cylinders. Despite fixing it, another issue appeared as they tried to fire the engine for the final. They eventually got it going, allowing Stanley to pick up where he left off, running just over a second faster than Mullen. He pulled out all stops in his final lap to find an astonishing 3/4 of a second in the cool night air. Mullen also finding improvement, but it wasn't enough, Stanley taking the win by 1.6 seconds.
We had a few issues in the top 6, had a melted plug lead, and lucky enough there was a crash in the LS class that gave us the time to repair the boat. Only to find out when we got to the ramp, we went to start it and it just wouldn't even wind over. We were on the clock, we had probably a minute to spare when we found a loose earth lead and got fired up just in time.
Cabareta played host to the final round of the season on the beautiful north coast of New South Wales, an event that is often played into the championship equation, and 2021 would prove no different. Former 400 class champion Ben Hathaway had played giant killer all weekend and was threatening to put Matt Malthouse's LS class machine on the unlimited podium before suffering the final of 3 impressive offs across the weekend.
I don't know, it was a really good lap and must have just got a bit wide coming through the split there and just had no traction, had no water, so passenger for the rest of it.
Hathaway wasn't the only one to play passenger though. Cabareta also claiming the biggest scalp of them all, reigning champion Slade Stanley. Fortunately, both he and wife Vanessa were both okay. His 9-race winning streak and his championship points lead had both come to an end.
Yeah, just a bit shaken, I guess. The adrenaline's pumping. It's never nice to go upside down in the water. Yeah, we're both okay though. Like, it was quite a gentle rollover. It wasn't. Anyway, it's all part of racing. It was quite a gentle rollover. It wasn't. Anyway, it's all part of racing. We went out hard. Been cutting the banks all day and just cut a little fine. It bounced me off. Sort of expected to get bounced off and run wide and get back on it, but it just kept sliding and over we went. It is a challenging track. I think that sums up Cabareta. Like that first corner, you've got to get it right, and it just really sets you up for the rest of the run. So, you know, I was keen to sort of drop down into that 40-second bracket and set us up for a good run in the finals, but just wasn't to be. We just went in a little hard. Didn't need to, but you know, I'm here to race, so I was dumbfounded. I was like, it is pretty standard for me though. If I come out, it's always big. Never just slides up the bank and lives to fight another day.
With Stanley eliminated ahead of the final, the door was open for a first-time winner for season 2021, and that was an opportunity too good to pass up. With 3 former champions vying for the top spot, it was always going to be tight. Scott Krause laying down the first time with a best of 44.408, which was more than 3 seconds slower than Stanley's best, but good enough to put pressure on Daryl Hutton. The 2-time champ, meanwhile, was all smiles after finding the mojo that had eluded him for many years thanks to a hull that just never worked. His new boat getting him to within tenths of old rival Fonzie Mullen, a chance to fight for his first win in years, too good an opportunity to pass up, but in the end, despite finding 0.8 of a second in the final, he fell half a second shy of Mullen, who claimed his first win since late 2018. In the process, the 7-time Australian champion took back command of the championship points.
To get 3 boats here and to get them here to, to win, just amazing at the end of the day. So, very happy. Very happy. So to celebrate on his birthday, best mate Jody, he wins. So 3 winners.
Thanks to his consistency and Stanley's slip, Fonzie Mullen now leads the championship points heading back to Cabareta in February, where he will debut an all-new pulse hole that look to Slade Stanley to recover from the setback and take the fight back to his long-time rival. Despite reigning 400 class champion Paul Kelly taking a sabbatical from the sport, the action at the top of the timesheets was no less impressive. In fact, former race winners Justin Roylance and Jody Ely had seemingly taken another leap forward in performance. Such was their pace across the aborted 2000 season and into 2021. The COVID-inspired break from the sport had had the greatest impact on 400s, with some drivers forced to miss the season opener to focus on business, whilst others were trapped by rising floodwaters in the north of the country. But there were still only 2 contenders through to the final after all their rivals suffered mishaps in the lead-up to the final run. Not surprisingly, it was Roylance and Ely who went toe-to-toe across the final lap of the day. Roylance throwing down the gauntlet with a stunning 50.488, improving his qualifying pace by 3/4 of a second, before Ely improved his best by a similar margin. The 2 jet speed drivers separated by just half a second, Roylance claiming his 3rd consecutive win with victories across 2019, 2020 and 2021.
What a day. Wow, what a day.
God, it was good. We've been trying to get on the podium together for I don't know how long, and either he's having a bad day or I am, and today we were able to put it all together. It was fantastic.
At Tamora for round 2, the pair were at it again, but this time a new threat emerged. Brendan Doyle and the newly rebuilt Girlfriend, the first of the new Australian-made pulse boats that was starting to make an impression on the sport. Doyle had been creeping up on the leaders all day, with driver, coach and reigning world number 3 Daniel James cutting him loose in the final, former MMA fighter punching well above his weight to put Ely and Roylance on notice. Doyle's 43.656 wasn't his quickest, but it was within tenths of the pace set by his rivals in qualifying, forcing both to dig deep. Roylance was next out, but he was behind the 8 ball, Ely having topped the previous elimination final by a quarter of a second. Roylance found something extra to lower the bar to a 42.287. Ely charged around the lap, the former Tamora winner improving again, but it wasn't enough. The margin of victory, just 8/100ths of a second.
The gap's getting closer, much closer.
For Roylance, the winning streak continued, but with Cabareta to come, he knew that he'd have his work cut out for him in order to maintain his points lead. He wasn't the only one pushing either. Brendan Doyle looking for a podium return, despite being in a tight battle to make the final with former champion Brett Thornton. Doyle was eliminated in a big way on the opening day of competition.
You good, Don? Okay?
The team had made a blade change in the jet unit ahead of his run, giving Doyle a bit more power down to the notorious Benny's corner, which he clipped as he turned in. An over-rev on the engine, forcing the team to retire the boat to ensure no further damage. That allowed Brett Thornton a clear run into the final alongside Ely and Roylance, the trio separated by just 9/10ths of a second as they set off for the final run. As fastest in the top 6 elimination final, Ely made the decision to run first, the Victorian turning in a stunning lap to be 6/10ths faster than Roylance's best of the event. Thornton was next up, the Queenslander always a threat at Cabareta, but he was unable to improve on his best, falling 1.7 seconds shy of Ely, and that left Roylance. Coming off a streak of 4 wins that went back to the final of the 2019 season at Cabareta, Roylance pushed, but whilst he improved, it wasn't enough. Ely claiming the most dominant victory of the year, the margin in the end, more than 9/10ths of a second.
Finally, Justin. You drove well though, mate. Unfortunately, Benny got you. He got me a little bit too, but yeah, well done, mate.
Tough weekend, but it's been a big year. You've been building up to this.
Yes, it's been very hard. We've certainly have been trying, I can tell you now.
Jody Ely's first win since 2018 has put him to within 3 points of Justin Roylance at the top of the point standings, coming back to a double header at Cabareta, where the points leader will be hoping to find something a little bit extra to keep his title aspirations alive. Perhaps the biggest surprise of the 2021 season was just how quickly the LS class had grown since the close of 2019, Keith providing a small glimpse of what was to come. Sadly for reigning champion Kyle Elphinston, he was an early casualty in his new ex-Ben Hathaway Sprintec, a drive belt failure on his oil pump running the engine without oil, a situation which sidelined him early. That left a returning veteran of the sport and 2 young rookies to battle for victory. In the end, it would be a spectacular fight. Quick on his 2020 debut, Bastian Mullen was actually slowest of the trio into the final. Whilst on a strong lap, the second-generation racer clipped the bank and was forced to retire without a time. That eased the pressure somewhat on Keith's Matt Malthouse, but he knew there was still a second Mullen to contend with for round honours. Malthouse was impressive on his competition return, the local driver sharing driving duties with former 400 class champion Ben Hathaway, the pair turning in a measured approach up until the final, where Malthouse let loose with an impressive 52.602, faster than any of his rivals had been all day. That didn't deter Nate Mullen. The 16-year-old was determined to take victory on his V8 Superboats debut. Unfortunately, despite a strong start though, he wasn't able to complete the lap, exiting in spectacular fashion.
Last year in Feb at Tamora was our first run. We done okay, had a bit of fun, but this is our first run here in Keith and made a few mistakes earlier on in the piece, got our head around it and pretty much just slowed down for a start and then just back into it.
From Keith, the many new LS Class teams were faced with one of the greatest challenges of V8 Superboats, racing under lights. For many of the teams, the finals was the first time they'd experienced it and it claimed a number of scalps. What it didn't do was upset the rhythm of the Keith round, with points leader Matt Malthouse again faced with the challenge of battling with brothers Mullen. Bastian was first a car to time, the teenager finding an impressive 0.8 of a second to put Malthouse on notice. Malthouse needing to find just a little bit extra after having taken the top spot in the second elimination final, but despite an improvement on his best, he fell 0.2 of a second shy, with Nate Mullen yet to come. With the ripshift hull having faced some serious repairs after Keith, Nate Mullen was keen to make amends for his early exit. Clearly unfazed by the challenge of racing in the dark, the rookie charged through the opening leg of the lap. And just halfway through his run, he clipped an inside bank and made yet another dramatic exit from the final. Fortunately, both he and Coda Kolak were able to exit the boat without serious injury, but for the team, they were faced with yet another rebuild ahead of the third round at Cabareta. Not surprisingly, the Fonzie Mullen-run team made some extra changes ahead of the Cabareta round. Both Bastian and Nate Mullen turning in more measured drives, although Nate's more cautious approach presented another challenge, with the teenager battling to get the rotation right, having significantly dropped his pace for the weekend. The 14-strong field of entries provided a strong challenge to the points leaders, but in the end, only local driver Paul Hill could challenge the pace of Bastian Mullen and Matt Malthouse, although in the final he made a navigational error and retired early. That left Malthouse to set the early pace, the South Australian unable to improve his time from the second elimination final, although his 46.946 would force Bastian Mullen to put in a flawless lapse. But in shades of his father, he stepped things up to a completely new level to punch out a 45.234 to claim his second win on his 18th birthday.
I just said to myself, keep it in the middle of the track and just creep up on it all weekend and it should be right.
Mullen's second win sees him share the points lead with Matt Malthouse at the midpoint of the season, with his younger brother Nate still holding third. Chris Edmonds holds fourth from reigning champion Kyle Elphinston, a position from which he will be hoping to launch his title defence next time out. Sadly, not long after the Cabareta round, news came that state borders would close, bringing the season to a sudden stop. But rather than cancel what to date had been a spectacular year with strong entries, record crowds and a much bigger online presence, the sport's ruling body elected to continue the season in early 2022 with back-to-back rounds at Cabareta before concluding the year at Keith in late March.
Last time, what's he going to do this time?
Narelle Pello-Jukic is the navvy. We've got the blue and red lights flashing on the back of this, folks. You would have seen it come out earlier with the A-team of Greg Harriman, Michelle Hodge. They went the wrong way. Let's see if Hugh can get it right. He's taken it a little bit off the pace, but just trying to get his head right to get that track direction right in his head, and the pace will come. So far, so good. Hope that's not a curse. The Apache machine. Greg Harriman loves his motorsport. Steering this machine around this fantastic course here at Cabareta. So far, so good. This is a better run, KB.
Yeah, Hugh's really onto it this time out. And he's gone backwards into Benny's.
Oh.
I can't believe he could do a U-turn in there. How has he done that? I'm looking at drivers and navigators in front of the commentary tower. They have all put their hands on their head going, didn't think that was possible.
How did he do that? I've seen people go into Benny's all sorts of ways, but I've never, ever seen a U-turn in Benny's.
Never, ever, ever in how many years in this sport, combined, you and I have got about 20, 30 years in the sport, never seen it.
No,
never. But he's got a DNF. After all that, he's got a DNF. But that does show you the handling characteristics of these particular vessels. And I reckon that was more...
I don't know.
Luck. I was trying to avoid saying arse than class, but...
Well, you said it. But if you get an opportunity, folks, just have a look how narrow that channel is, where he turned that boat around. That gives you an idea of the turning circles that we can do. Now, our steering wheels, 10 to 2, that's lock to lock. That's all you've got to play with. If you imagine a clock at 10 o'clock and at 2 o'clock, that is hard left, hard right. So
really hard to work out in a digital clock, though.
That's extremely hard to work out on a digital clock. Let's go analog. You know, your era. And speaking of fast.
All right, now we move into qualifying round number 1 for our unlimited category. Pretty much a method of fuel and just chuck whatever you like in it, more or less. And Slade Stanley coming out now. This is 480 cubic inch. And, well, I'll tell you what, have a look at that. A little bit stuttery off the line was the hazardous machine, the husband and wife team from Wagga in New South Wales. And one of their main sponsors, Bar Up Bull Bars and Ladies for Tradies meeting, that they got a big book situation going on where the ladies do the bookwork for the trading. And it is absolutely fantastic. Great addition. They do a lot of work with tape and gym building and all sorts of things. He's a building inspector. Vanessa, his wife, helps along with all that. Have a look at the way this boat is performing out here on the Cabareta racetrack around Mount Road. What do you reckon about this ball?
Mate, he did a split, the fastest time so far of 26.5. Let's see what the Stanleys can do when they bring it home. Oh, that's a 51.68 fastest time of the day, folks.
By a little bit.
Now, KB, let's have a bit of a guess as to what you believe they'll get these times down to.
I reckon Slade will get that down to, I'm thinking, around about 49, low 49s.
Well, I'm going to go one better, and I'm going to say a very high 48.
Wow.
I reckon he's holding back.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I've knocked a couple of seconds off. But geez, I tell you, all right, I'll put a can of Coke on it with you.
Done.
Right, fantastic. Done. That is code for something else.
Oh, absolutely, that's code for something else. But I reckon, folks, that was a fast time of a 51.68. He's 4 seconds quicker than anyone closer to him. But I reckon he's going to get into the very high 48s by the end of today.
Well, unless we've got we've got a few other boats that'll be knocking on that door. And this man coming out now, reigning unlimited world champion, Fonzie Mullen. Well, as we said, this is a brand new package. The Pulse hulls built, manufactured and designed right here in Australia. Fonzie Mullen, he's the man down there at GM Motorsport in Melton, does a lot of work, rip ship, and wow, he's out of the blocks quicker than Slade. There is no doubt about that. Slade had a stutter off the line. Fonzie just straight out into it, nailed the first corner, and I would suggest that the split is going to be at least half a second up.
Well, Slade did a split of, let me find that for you, a 25.13. So Fonzie is right on the money, really testing this new machine, and he's done a 25.68, so 5 tenths out.
Yeah, wow, he's actually gone backwards, and I thought the start was a lot faster, a lot smoother. But there we go. Fonzie Mullen unusually has gone the wrong way.
Uncharacteristic.
That is not something that you would see very often at all. In fact, I can't remember the last time I saw him go in that direction.
Well, you don't be 7 times Australian champion and current world champion by going the wrong way. So he will recalculate. He's fixed it, but time will count. But he will be dirty on himself, you can guarantee that.
One of the things with Slade's run looks a lot smoother on the accelerator, so that the smoother just looks, it looks slower. Fonzie very quick point to point.
Yep.
But then easing it off in the corner, plenty of power available there. And I'll tell you, I don't reckon I'd like to be in the Fonzie Mullen camp when he gets back there knowing he has just sent that boat on the incorrect rotation.
Well, I reckon his team will not know what to say because he doesn't do it.
No.
He doesn't do it. And I would be a very brave man going, what'd you do that for?
Oh, look, I'd love to be down there, but I've got a job to do up here.
I think you'd be safer staying up here.
Yeah, I think so.
But regardless, brand new boat, brand new package, and that was fast. Keep an eye on these Pulse race boats, folks, because it's a name you're going to keep hearing and hearing.
And now we've got Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry in Victorian American Imports. This one will be in the mix as well.
Another new package for these guys. Big twin turbo 1400 horsepower machine. An ex-world champion. Kiwi who calls Australia home. Daryl Hutton is our driver. Mick Parry in the hot seat. Long time team, these guys. They are extremely fast and exciting to watch.
And as we say, Daryl Hutton is a Kiwi until he wins, then he's an Aussie.
That's exactly right. That's the Aussie way, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We did it with Farland. You can have Russell Crowe back, David.
We're keeping Pavlova.
Yeah, Daryl Hutton, absolute. Well, great bloke to have around the sport. Always full of good advice. Always trying to work out better safety systems.
Yep.
And certainly put a lot of time into this sport over the years. Great to see. This thing's just got such a sweet sound, hasn't it? Daryl Hutton, where's he going to be?
A 52.77. A 52.77, 1 second and 1/10 outside of Slade.
1.7.
Yeah.
1.7.
1.1.
1.1?
Yeah, Slade did a 51.6.
Ah, yes, my apologies.
Daryl did a 52.7, so 1.1 seconds. So
now I see what you're doing.
He's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, no, he does, but certainly very happy to be in the 52.7 second range.
All right, loose cannon. Great to see this machine back on the water. It's had a hiatus for, 6-7 years?
Yeah, something like that. I'll have to get down and maybe use my fingers to calculate. We'll have a chat to Dean Finch during the lunch break and find that out. There's that man, Dean Finch, just watching his young charge Tyler making his way towards the start line. Under starters order and away goes Tyler Finch.
Jared Ballard is sitting in the hot seat. Now Tyler has put the hand up there, or Jared has. So they've obviously thought they've got a bit of an issue with this twin-turboed machine. You can hear those turbos whistling around as it comes around the track, but I dare say they're bringing that straight home. So time will tell whether that'll count as a restart. So folks, what we do in our sport, and you take off from that start, you have a certain amount of time where you can put your hand up to say, I have got an issue. It's either with the jet, with whatever, but you can't do it halfway around the track.
No, too late. So sometimes you'll actually see someone's hand go up. Not the toilet time, buddy.
No,
news coming out of the pits, mate. 888 Glenn Spider Roberts, the man who's sort of been doing a lot of work. Block.
Yep.
Arrived Thursday lunchtime.
Yep.
Not going to be out missing this round. Still trying to get that engine sorted out. But Spider is one of these blokes. He just never gives up. So in the meantime, eyes to the track will be Burson's Auto Pass and Scotty Krause doing the driving here, Jess doing the navigational duties, and Scotty took it easy on her first one. Now her eyes will be wider.
That's exactly right. Let's peel the ears back. These times count. Can we get all our LS boats to the ramp, please? You are up next. We're going straight into qualifying round 2. LS boats, make your way to the ramp. Scotty Krause is our driver.
Well, a little bit of a hesitation going to the far side of the track. He was on the wrong line. He got the rotation wrong. Now re-sorted it out again. Look at the GoPro on the bow there. He's trying to see me smiling while he's driving.
I wonder which way it's pointing. 2018 Unlimited Aussie Champion. He shared that mantle with Fonzie Mullen. And there's a reason why he is very, very fast. Loves his motorsport. Person all on the side of this machine. Home track at Tamora.
The rotation wrong again in this lap. So Scotty Krause not going to be happy with himself, and just as he digs that bow in, just throws a lot of water up the bow onto his lap, and you saw the hands go up, leave the wheel, the frustration palpable. So you've got guys like Scotty Krause, Bonzi Mullen going wrong way. Wow.
I tell you, 8 months. 8 months we haven't been on this track. We've got to give them a little bit of leeway. No, we're not.
No, we aren't. No, they had a practice run earlier. Sort yourself out, boys.
Yeah, bad luck.
Oh, jeez, what are you jeez.
Just, yeah, they're hopeless. Put it on the boat, go home.
Yeah, that's right. Sort it out, you know. Anyway, we won't climb into one too hard because we've got speakers out in the pits these days.
When did that happen?
Oh, I don't know, but it's a bit of a worry.
No one told me about that.
Yeah, no, the teams will be able to hear what we say.
I might get you to walk me out of here then.
No, mate, I'll tell you what, the only way I'm walking you in front of me.
They're all good guys. As you said, they gave us a green light to have a crack at them, so it's a shame Peter Munger's not racing because I have a plethora of stuff on that bloke.
Oh, jeez, I tell you what, he's been around. I think that his blood type has been discontinued. He's been around that long.
Looks like they're going to give Loose Cannon another rack, so he must have got that hand up early. So they're going to give young Tyler another run around this track, see if we can get this rotation right. Let's get right behind Loose Cannon, all the way from Mildura, folks. Great to be back in the sport. Haven't been in it for at least 6 years. Big twin turbo machine. Just a little touch on the bank there as they threw that boat left. It's an older hull, but when in its day, it was up there at the pointy end and was a championship winning boat.
Don't worry about it because Tyler Finch he's one of these guys that likes to tweak and turn and think about, and even as a young bloke had a very, very incredible understanding of machinery, of physics, and so he's one of these blokes that really can turn a jet boat into something absolutely special, and we are going to see the development of this boat here this weekend. And I would suggest by the time we get to Keith in South Australia on the 26th of March for the final round of this season, it is going to be an absolute crack at this Loose Cannon machine. He's gone the wrong way as well.
He has. That's unfortunate. That he knows it and he's brought it home. He'd be a little disappointed with that.
DNF there for Tyler Finch in the Loose Cannon. So maybe that's, a little bit of a hiccup in the first run when he went back to the trailer. Just got into his head, lost the track direction. But qualifying round number 1, we got more opportunity.
Absolutely. We're only early. Okay.
All right, so Solid Gold will be our next boat out. Chris Edmonds and Jamie Moroney. Ace Racing, AJ Fairbairn won't be making it to qualifying round number 1, nor will Glenn Spider Roberts. Very unfortunate for the pair of those guys, but that means that they're not getting out there wrecking the boat, doing long-term damage. It's taken a long time to get to this point. Don't become impatient. Don't wreck anything.
And we've got a lot of racing over the next 2 days. So let's hope whatever those issues are for those 2 boats, they can get on top of it and get back out here on the track where they want to be and we want them to be. So, folks, we are doing 2021 season today, 2021. We're finishing it off. This is round 4 of the Penrite series. Generally, we would do qualifyings on the Saturday, finals on the Sunday. Today, we are doing everything. Qualifying, finals, the whole works on Saturday. And tomorrow we'll do the 2021 round 5. So we're going to finish off last year's racing and then we can start on this year's racing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but this is rounds 4 and 5. Round 6, the final race of 2021 is going to be on the 26th of March in 2022 in Keith, South Australia.
Right.
I think that we are clear on that.
Well, if we can't get any clearer, and if you're confused, then so are we.
Yeah, no, we haven't worked it out. So, anyway, instead of working all that out, we are rounds 4 and 5 of the Penrite Australia V8 Superboat Championship.
Yep.
Round 6 at Keith in South Australia. On the 26th of March, we'll finalise the season, which will now become the 21-22 season.
That's right. And then we'll go into the 22 season and have a whole season again.
Yes, so it's going to be interesting. Now, let's watch Chris Edmonds here, because he does have this trim tab on the jet unit to be able to get it up out of the water quickly. Have a look at that start. Watch the boat just flattens out straight away. So it is very, very exciting, very, very loud indeed as well, this particular vessel. And Chris Edmonds, Kiwi, been living in Australia for a very large number of years. And one of those blokes always got a smile on the dial, manages massive farm out there in Good Creek, some 30,000 acres. Jamie Maroney, doing a navigational journey. So, mate, I love the way the boat came off the line.
And have a listen to that 6.2 litre LS3 engine, the powerhouse he's got behind that. He's just starting to get used to it, but that trim, I'm very intrigued at how this will work. He has got a trim set up on this boat, folks. He can use with his left foot. How you've got the time to trim this machine up and down while you're going in around these islands is beyond me, but he seems to be doing okay.
Yeah, he's really, just out of that right-hander there, you can see he's lift the trim up, and the bow came flying up. So, interesting there for Chris Edmonds, and he's absolutely determined he's going to make this trim tab work on this G unit while on course.
I tell you what, there'll be a lot of people looking over his shoulder to make sure that does work. A 64.17, his first time on the clock. He'll be very happy with that. So that concludes qualifying round 1. We're going straight into qualifying round 2, and it'll be young Kobe Burke in our junior development boat that will go round and round for us. And hopefully those two boats, Ace Racing and Blown Budget, can fix whatever issues they've got, and we can be out here on the track for you. So young Kobe, he's got a turbo jet ski engine in this machine. So kids, if you are interested in getting into the sport, this is exactly what it's for. Our development. We have 2 settings on this machine. We can dial it right down so you can get used to it. And as Kobe has done, we've taken that off and let him go now. So a turbo jet ski engine in this purpose-built hull. Proudly put on by Patriot Campers. Right. Mum said turbo. Supercharged, not turbo. Mum got that one wrong. I should have known that, supercharged. All right, young Kobe, out there having a ball. 8 years of age if you want to get into it, folks, that's the minimum. And the Burke family will hire this boat out if you kids want to get out there and have a go. So start pestering mum and dad, and you can be out there racing in front of this crowd. You see the foot go down there of Kobe of the Patriot Camper. He does a different track direction to everyone else, folks. Absolutely brilliant to see that out on the track, he can take it up and get around and around like the big boys do. Fantastic for our sport, and let's hope we can get more of these boats as the class progresses. Don't forget, folks, if you've got people at home who would like to be here but can't be, whoop, a little touch there, he's got himself wet. He's got it going again, that's the spirit. If you've got people at home that would love to have been here but can't be here, go onto our Facebook page. There will be a link to YouTube. Do not click on anything else. We're having a bit of an issue with spam at the moment and people attacking our Facebook page, so we are putting a link up there to YouTube. Click on that and it'll take you to a YouTube channel where we are absolutely broadcasting this live all day today and all day tomorrow. So don't click on anything but the YouTube, and you can watch this from wherever you are. All right, well done to young Kobe. Boat 24, the A-Team, Bastian Mullen, GM Motorsport, Australia Speed and Performance, Ramjet, Ripshift and Gill Engineering put this machine on the water. Currently leading the LS class as we come into round 4 of the 21 Penrite season. Solid race in qualifying round 1. We are back to the standard track direction, folks. So Bastian Mullen behind the wheel. Been around the sport for a very long time. Son of world champion, Fonzie Mullen. Great to see these guys going round and round. He's done a split of a 30.03. We are in qualifying round 2 of the LS class. Nice smooth wheel work there from Bastian as he brings this rip shift machine home. And a solid result of a 57.85. He'll be wrapped with that. Absolutely brilliant driving there from the rip shift team. Well done. Toe Cutter. What a great name for a boat. Brings up memories of Mad Max. Matt Riley and James McCarran, our driver and navigator. Riley's Refrigeration, Captain, Stainless Steel and Total Pool Service help bring this machine onto the water. It is a brand new team, folks. Great to see him going round and round for us. Let's see if they can get this rotation right. Nice and smooth on the switchback there. The boat's settling nice. A little indecisive so far. He's gone the wrong way there. He can correct this, folks, if he goes right round and then goes the right way. That is a correction. We are back on track. Down through Benny's. On the switchback, pan through Peaks Passage. So far so good for Matt Riley and James McCarran in Toe Cutter. A little bit of a hiccup at the start, but they corrected it, so the time so far will count. A split of a 42.20. That will take into account that extra little bit of navigation. Brings it home. Toe Cutter. A 73.16.
Mate, I've got some news.
I love news. Give it to me.
You can't hang mincemeat from a coat hanger. No, I've got some serious news. Had a chat to TJ.
Yep.
In the Pulse machine, absolutely, he said, mate, perfect.
Wow.
Had a quick chat to Fonzie Mullen, said, when was the last time you went and got yourself wrong way? He said, couldn't tell you.
Yep.
Big smiles from Fonzie Mullen. Wrong way? He said, couldn't tell you.
Yep.
Big smiles from Fonzie Mullen.
Good.
We thought that he might have been upset about that. He was just smiles, just going, whatever.
Well, that tells me that he's comfortable in that new boat.
Absolutely so. And the girlfriend that we saw spit it out earlier, a little bit of damage underneath the starboard bow, but they're not worried about it at all. It is not going to affect the performance of the boat. As we go, Jim Beeman, Ella Simpson, JB Racing.
Mate, you are full of good news. Keep it coming. WBLS Engines, AMC Forestry, Wimmera Mallee Waste and Fricks Refrigeration help combine to put this machine on the water. Stingray Hull.
Oh, hesitation, wrong way, Jim Beeman.
He's got it right now, I think. He just hesitated at the end and got it right.
Geez, I tell you, it takes that presence of mind of being able to do that. He and Ella working very, very well together. And as we said earlier, they will not be stressed about this at all.
He's got the track direction right now. He was picking those corners before they came to him. That's a good sign. Just got to get it smooth now. Smooth is fast.
And fast is smooth.
Fast is smooth. That's exactly right.
So Jim Beeman, well, he's a warrant officer up there in Canberra, so certainly knows his ways around procedures and paperwork. And he's been in the sport and around the sport for, you know, a dozen years or more. And it was only a couple of years ago he said, oh, instead of being a mechanic, I'm going to buy a boat. So he's done exactly that. So Jim Beeman across the line there in a 106, I think that says. From
Yep, 106.57 or a 66.57 in the digital era.
Nice jab there. Very nice jab. That was a little bit of a left, wasn't it?
Just snuck that one in, mate. I just snuck it in.
Yeah. I'll have to cop that right on the chin.
We got 2 days of this too.
Yeah, I know. Jeez, I'm going to have to. I'm going to write some notes.
I'm sure you will. All right, the contractor. This is a beautifully presented machine.
And Robert Westerink is about to get out and have a bit of a crack. So this boat, on the first one out there, really all over the place, just got to find that throttle position. And I would imagine on this particular vessel, very hard. It can be very, very touchy. A bit untidy off the start, just trying to get it up on the plane.
He's had issues with the jet intake so far all day, where it's just not getting that water flow through the jet, which obviously will impact the power. It's got it settled now, but it's not using its full power. You can hear it slipping there every time he puts that right foot down.
Yeah, I wonder if it's also maybe the impellers, just the wrong choice of impellers. It'd be spinning the wheels a little bit. Yeah. Very hard. There's so many little tweaks that is unknown to the general populace. But if you change the front impeller, you've got to change the back impeller to make sure, because it's a 2-impeller system inside there. That's exactly right. Here's the stator. So the water comes up through the grill, then it goes through the unit, it hits an impeller, then it goes through a stator, which straightens the water up before it goes into another impeller. And then it goes out of the nozzle of the jet unit. So you can actually change the impellers, the different pitch and the different rake, and then you've also got the different size of the nozzle. All of that has to match.
That's right, and it has to combine to try and get them around this track. But you've also got to go the right way, which Robert has not done. So unfortunate for the contractor, they have gone the wrong way and they've gone into Benny's twice. He's trying to get himself clear, which I believe he has. But every time he puts that right foot down, it just slips. And I think you might be right there, KB. I think we've got an issue with that Doan jet. Those stators and the impellers are just not matching up the way they should, and the water is causing it to slip.
Sort of like when your wheels are spinning on the tarmac type of thing, and you're just getting no traction. Is the suspicion here on the contractor, but they're going the wrong way again. They're going to try and come back and sort this out. I tell you what, have a look at how tall Robert Westerink is. He sits up very, very high. The bloke's about 6'6", I think.
He is a tall guy, and our rules state you have to have a certain amount of room between the helmet and the roll cage, and I reckon he's right on it.
Well, that will be a DNF for the team contractor. We'd like to thank Pottsville Landscapes. Mick and Kim have done a fantastic job helping out there down here, as well as Lumens Electrical, THA's Truck Hire Solutions, and Hardy's Haulage for the use of the land and all the work that they've done here over the years as well. So fantastic to have those sponsors on board here as well.
The Hardy's guys have been around as long as this track's been here. In fact, they made the track for us, and they help out every single race meeting. So massive, massive thank you to their earthworks and to the Hardy's guys. And they love their motorsport as well, as does Blackout Racing, Kyle Elphinstone, Jacob Bellamy. These guys have got a Australian Aussie Championship under the title. This is a brand new boat. This is the old Benny Hathaway weapon. So it is a Australian Group A Championship winning hull, and Kyle is getting into it, taking it right up to the Mullins. He wants that top step back, and he is into Benny, throwing this beautiful machine around. Man can drive.
Very, very well set up boat this, and Kyle Elphinstone began in the sport, so he's an old man, and his uncle used to race in the Chile man years ago. He's gone the wrong way, has he? No, that's good. And he was around the sport for a number of years, and then said, you know what, started off with a bit of a dunger, and now he's just been upgrading into a beautiful machine. And I think the start is something that wasn't exactly responsive, wasn't exactly fast or well set up. Really put him in good steam. Now he's in a good boat, he can really steer it very well, and that is an incredible time in the LS category of a 55.839. 55.839 there for Kyle Elphinstone.
Well, he's thrown down the gauntlet to Rip Shift. I can tell you, he wants that top step of the podium, and he wants that championship back, and that's a good way to start.
Oh, yeah, hungry.
Very, very hungry. And that's what we want out of our drivers. We want them hungry. We want them lean. We want them going hard and safe.
Well, actually, now saying that, we talk about lean. It's amazing the amount of dollars that will get spent on lightening a boat to make it quicker. And you have a look at some of the drivers and you go, mate, for $5 a month, you could go down to the gym.
I remember world champion Tony Ellis used to say he had holes drilled right through the bearers and everything in his boat. It was easier to make the boat go lighter than me because he wasn't a small boy. He got the hand up straight away in borrowed time. So Mike Hessel there put the hand up. He's got a problem with that jet intake. As we continue to say, we've got a little bit of weed in the track for the day so far. So he can then bring this borrowed time machine around, put it back on the trailer, clear the jet, put another boat out, and then he can come back.
May have in fact cleared the jet on it. You never know.
No.
It's always a bit of a guess. Sometimes they'll have cleared the jet, they'll come back around and have another crack, and you only get one more crack at it. They'll come around and think, oh, no, it's all good. Put the foot down, go, oh, that didn't work too well.
Yeah, I don't think I'd take the risk. I think I'd take the opportunity to put it on the trailer, have a look, clear my head, and let's go racing it when you know it's okay. So we'll put another boat out.
Yep, so Mike Hessel and Rory Crewley heading back to the ramp to clear that weed out of the unit.
And it should be Slicer, I believe. Yep, the purple people leader of Slicer, Paul Hill, Kieran Marshall. These guys didn't hold back in qualifying round one. They really got into it. So let's see what sort of times they can bring out at the moment. Our fastest time with Kyle is a 55.83 in qualifying round two. And as we've said before, folks, we will be doing qualifyings, a minimum of 3 qualifyings, and then going into the finals. We may even sneak in 4 qualifyings yet. But then we'll go into the finals this afternoon. So you're going to see a whole round of racing here today.
And then we're coming back tomorrow for another red-hot crack. So everybody's playing the long game at the moment.
Yep.
Just right, okay, we've got to get through today. We still want to do well today, but we don't want to throw it all on the line.
We want to be here tomorrow. We want boats straight. We want drivers ready. Let's get through today, folks. We have Slicer out on the track at the moment. Paul Hill doing the driving duties and doing a solid job. You can hear the engine of that LS. It does not change, folks. That means he has got it at 1 speed. That is flat.
Really very, very well set up, and these swinger hulls sitting really high in the water, but very, very effective out of New Zealand, this design of hull. And this is one of the older style of stinger hulls, but this Slicer boat under the helm of Paul Hill just really split business out on the water, and he's just taken it very well. He took a shortcut.
I tell you what, that's the fastest time, including Superboats, but when you miss half the track, that's what happens, 42. Yeah. The wrong way. So unfortunately for Paul Hill, that one time will not count.
So he's having a bit of a chat to the navvy there, Erie, and they're sort of going, well, what happened? And they said, oh, we finished quickly. Erie said, yes,
that was fast.
I'll leave that about you.
Oh, leaving that alone. Mike Hessel in a borrowed time. Rory Crilly, the navvy. He will be coming out. He came out a minute ago, got a little bit of weed up in the jet, so that's his one free pass done. We are in
this run.
For this run.
You can do it again.
Yeah.
For the next round.
That's right. Yep, for this round. So we're in qualifying round 2 of the LS class. Our Group A's should be making their way towards the ramp. You are up very soon. So Mike Hessel and Rory Crilly.
The Kiwi and the Irish.
The Kiwi and the Irish. Walk into a racetrack. He's feeling a little bit more confident behind the wheel now. That was quite smooth. See the hand of Rory working feverishly. Do you think Mike actually looks at it?
I wouldn't have thought so. It's down quite low over the dashboard, although now that Rory's actually put his arm right out the front, making it a little bit easier for the driver to see.
Yep.
So quite often, interestingly, these teams actually do have, some of them have in-helmet communication, but you see Rory, geez, he's confident when he's pointing forward, is the Irishman, less so when he gets into the flip-flops. So the boys working pretty well together at the moment. Into fuel caught higher around about the big donut up the top there.
This is not a bad run for borrowed time. They did a split of a 35.13, which is pretty solid. They'll bring this boat home now in one piece and a 67.10. 67.10. They'll be pretty happy with that run, I reckon, Covey.
I would have thought so, particularly after the drama they had getting to the line the first time with a gut full of weed into the jet unit. Now they've just said, oh, have a look at that. The Irishman and the Kiwi just did a good time.
But I think those words have ever been said before.
No, to be fair, I don't think in the annals of history we would have seen that. You know, I think the only thing that they really have in common, the Irish and the Kiwi, probably, you know, a love of lamb.
Very tasty. All right.
Particularly with mint sauce.
We've got the B team of Rip Shift, Nate Mullen, Jaden Vella coming out. As we've said, folks, you can have 2 teams to the one boat. Keeps the cost down, makes it more affordable, and you can race against your mate. So you'll see that quite a bit throughout the day. We've got a few A and B teams. So if you're interested in getting into our sport, grab one of your good mates and say, come on, mate, let's go racing. I reckon I can beat you.
Always the way to go, because it's always interesting. Not only you're racing against your competitors, but also there's competition within the team, and it just makes it all that more interesting because, well, let's see what Nate Mullen can do here for Australian Speed and Performance, Ram, Jet, Rip, Shift, Gill Engineering, Jaden Vella doing the navigational duties, and the hull is a stinger. So what will Bastion's younger brother produce this time? A couple of good slowish but mature runs to start up the account for Nate Mullen, and well,
I believe Nate would have been had a little chat and say, mate, go out, have fun, bring the boat back straight, get your lines right. The speed will come over time, and that's exactly what he's doing. A very mature drive. He knows we've got a long weekend of racing. We've got 2 rounds we've got to get through, and that boat is currently leading the championship with his brother behind the wheel. So a little bit of pressure here on Nate, but he is taking to it like a duck to the proverbial.
Yeah, he's just decided, you know what, let's not break it. What I like about these young blokes coming into it, we saw, and we've discussed before, that Nate's had a couple of decent on-track excursions, very, very spectacular. It meant that there was a lot of time in the garage after hours, repairing, sorting it out, that type of thing. He's learned from that, and just sort of, you know, his old man Fonzie didn't just say, oh, that's all right, mate, let me fix it. He said, boy, you crashed it.
That's
you deal with it.
That's it, and that's a great way to teach as you go through their racing career. And I think he's only 16 or 17 years of age, so old head on young shoulders, and he's doing a fantastic job out there. He had a split of a 39.4. He won't be too fussed about the time at the moment. To finish a race, first you must finish, and he is doing exactly that. The Rip Shift machine will come across the line in a very respectable 75.4. So well done to Nate and Jaden. They're having an absolute ball out there, 17 years of age, grin from ear to ear. Not bad, is it?
He said, tell you what, at 17, mate, I couldn't even get the BMX up the hill.
That's exactly right. You were probably looking for the gears.
No, it was.
That should, I believe,
include
our LSs.
Yep, the LS class. We're now moving into
Group A.
Group A category. We've got Let's Boogie down there, Darren Caspero. He had, when he was running out before, had a bit of smoke coming out of the engine bay. We saw a little bit of flame as well. But before we get through to there, we will go to Greg Harriman, Motor 1. Wendy Wheelhouse doing the navigational duties. Greg, well, we've seen this boat Apache the A and B drive out, of course, a couple of times already today from each of the drivers, and only one time posted out of 2 drivers in 4 laps.
Well, they're not holding back. Greg only knows one speed, and that's just get into it, but he's just got to get that track direction monkey off his back. He's got to get that track rotation right, and he'll be going as hard as he can to get that right, then bring the speed on. But it looks like he's just going for both right now. Rolling that Apache machine, the Motor 1 sponsored, beautifully presented boat. Got the blue and red lights flashing on the back. So far, so good for Apache.
Looking really good out there. This particular vessel on the right-left combinations, or the left-right, as you sort of see these tighter turns, tends to bounce a little bit. They've not been quite able to iron that out.
He's gone the wrong way.
Yeah, geez, he's chucked in an extra bit. Now he's going, oh, now where am I? I'm going backwards through the roundabout. Oh, it's all sorts of trouble out there for Greg Harriman and Wendy Wheelhouse. They think they're back online again, but our adjudicators say that is not the case. And, well, that will be a DNF. Did not finish there for Greg Harriman and Wendy Wheelhouse. Incorrect rotation.
I tell you, when you get that monkey on your back, it is hard to get it off, and they've got to throw that to get their head right before they can bring the speed on. And I
wonder if Greg Harriman has, you know, if he's one of those guys, you know, you get those guys with hairy backs, you know, sometimes they'd be looking over the shoulder going, oh, there's the monkey, I just need, if they've got a wax, maybe that would help.
Well, maybe. I'll let you go and do our investigation into that.
Investigate it. What we'll do is we'll find a scout and send them down.
What a great idea. TJ, great to see this man behind the wheel of a boat. He is an extremely accomplished driver. He is out here doing some research and development for the brand new race boat team.
This is actually this is the girlfriend.
It is too, sorry.
It's Brendan and Rory Doyle.
They look the same.
And yeah, the paint job is very perplexing. Same colour paint used on both boats. And well, Brendan Doyle, he's a beekeeper.
He is a beekeeper as well as a supermarket owner, an IGA, and a very accomplished wheelman. He's been in this sport relatively new, probably about 3-4 years. Started off, he bought the THS, the Sam Everingham's old boat. He got into that, and now he's got 2 brand new Pulse race boats out here today. TJ testing one, Rory and Brendan out there doing their thing in this one.
And the trailers that these pair of boats come on, absolutely impressive. You know, funnily enough, the trailer only just carries the boat to the track, but they are incredibly well designed trailers. So nothing has been left unturned in the preparation of putting these packages together. And Brendan Doyle has really got through that little off-track excursion in the early rounds and come through with very nice time there of 1 minute 0.7.
That's it, 60.7. Oh. I'm going to do it all day.
Oh, jeez. I just need it. I need a bigger clock.
That's pretty bloody big.
I have to use my fingers.
Good to see the Balranald crew. They drove a long way to be here. They've been biting at the bit to test these new machines out, and it's been a fairy tale so far.
Well, that's a dangerous thing to say this early in the weekend, but as we go to the Let's Boogie machine brought here by Oz Pebble, Darren Kesper had smoke coming out of the back and a bit of a fireball in the back after the last run. Had a bit of a chat to him. He said, don't worry about it. We couldn't find anything wrong. Just think there was something coming out of the breeder, so we're not worried about it. Interestingly, Darren Kesper also has a trim tab on this nozzle, so you will see this boat just flatten out straight off the start line. There's that puff of smoke.
Yeah, I don't know about don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's, is it over-oiled?
I don't know, but that doesn't look good. It hasn't affected his engine yet.
Is it only on? Yes, it's only on the left. Well, it's on fire now. So I would suggest that they need to be coming in fairly quickly. Flags are waving around the course. Darren Kesper not aware of it. He's just focusing on the track in front of him. At some point, I suggest that he's going to feel the heat on the back, not just from the Group A 400. He's going to feel the heat on the back through the race suit because of the flames in the back, which seem to have extinguished themselves. No, they haven't. So he will be brought right into the bank there. The Let's Boogie machine has the fire gone out. It seems to have from our perspective, and there is no panic down there from the start of Mark Burke. We've got another safety crew member down there with the fire extinguisher not being put to use, which is great to see. And there is no need for the marshmallows to come out for Let's Boogie.
Good news was it's a pretty good time.
Oh, sorry, I was more interested in the fire.
A 56.8. I'm not sure if we went the right way or what. We're all watching the little show out there in front of us. But as you can see, folks, we have safety is paramount. All our safety crews have fire extinguishers. There's a little bit of an oil fire there. Once you've taken the pressure off the oil lines, that looks like it's extinguished itself. And that issue where he said we couldn't find anything wrong, we'll just keep racing, may have reared its head again, and they will have to do a little bit of work to keep the Let's Boogie machine on the water for the weekend.
And a quick shout out to Stephen Church over there in America, Dave Edmonds. He's floating around somewhere. His brother Steve just racing, Chris driving one of the boat. A few Edmonds boys running around the world and a few bits and pieces. Big shout out to Paigey. We're looking forward to seeing you down in that blown beast. And a big shout out to everyone around the world now watching on YouTube. Go to V8 Superboats on Facebook and then follow those necessary links, and make sure that if your friends and family can't be down here today, send the link to them via Facebook. They can watch it from the comfort of home, and just picking on for not being good enough to be down here to smell them.
Why wouldn't you want to be here?
I don't understand.
Live sport right here in front of us, high-powered motorsport here at Cabareta. Penrite put on a show for us. Why wouldn't you want to be here? But if you can't, what a great second. You can get on YouTube. Welcome to all our YouTube followers. We are having an absolute blast out here. Round 4 of the Penrite series for 2021. Yes, I said that right, 2021. We're finishing off last year's. Jody Eli and Greg Blaze.
No, Blaze is not in this weekend, mate. Angel Brennan.
I should have known. She could hardly see over the top of the deck. She weighs about 30 kilos, Angel. That's why Jody's got her in the boat.
Oh, that's right. And Angel been around the sport for a number of years. Her old man was driving there for a while and managed to sneak into the silly seat, the navigator seat there with Jody Eli, E-L-Y. And, well, I'll tell you what, this Rampage machine's currently sitting second in at the championship with Jet Speed Hull. And they've really dialed it up. He's obviously extended the rev limiter on this particular engine because during qualifying at round number 1, we hit the rev limiter straight off the line. So I dare say that he's extended that range of the engine, and it's looking great out on the water at the minute.
He is definitely on song. He's tasted success at this racetrack before, and he's thrown down the gauntlet a 56.51. A 56.51. So he's got a little bit of work to do there.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy about that, though. That, like, all up sort of thing, you know. Yeah, it's certainly, well, time will tell.
He will go faster, that I can absolutely guarantee you.
But Darren Kesper, he's got to be gutted in the Let's Boogie machine, well, to see what's going on, and hopefully we'll get some news up from the pits pretty soon to see what the outcome of that fire was. But as we now cast our eyes down to Toughen Up.
Toughen Up, Danny Napick and Darren Tickle. Danny loves his boats. He's a 3-times World Championship driver in the sport of water ski racing. So he's now going to try his hand without having someone hanging off the back, and he seems to be taken to it quite well. Toughen Up. What a beautiful presented machine. These guys have done solid results so far in the practice run and in the qualifying. He's just getting his head right there. He thought he'd gone the wrong way, but he hasn't. He's on track. In through Benny's, keeps the foot into it, keeps the power on. Once you take that foot off, you don't have steering, folks, so you've got to keep that right foot into it. What's that saying, KB? If in doubt, go flat out.
If in doubt, oh yeah, that's always a difficult one if you do that in jet sprinting because, well, if in doubt, go flat out, but be good on the wheel while you're at it. If you're not, it's going to turn ugly real quick.
Those banks do come up on you very, very fast, and those islands, those channels, they look about...
Oh no, he's overthought it, and he's parked it up on the beach, and it's not going to... Well,
no,
yes,
he's got it going.
Well, that is a continuation. Now, you can cut across an island. He's just got to find his way back to where he went to, where he went wrong, where he's come from, and where he's going to.
This is when a good navvy comes in. They can point you in the right direction and get your head right and finish that run, but that hasn't happened this time.
No.
They're only new to the sport. They will get that cleaned up and be out there later on today, you can guarantee it.
Josh has been 15 years as a driver in various forms of motorsport and currently competing heavily in off-road Class 8 category and is the current state champion. Danny navigates for Josh in the off-road car and Josh navigates in the jet sprint boat. But that's interesting.
Little roll swap.
There is, because who's Josh when we've got Darren and Danny.
Maybe Darren is in disguise for Josh. Who knows? We can only go by what's written in front of us,
Yeah,
mate.
I'll ignore that. That'll be brackets.
Currently leading the 2021 championship in the Group A. We have Justin Rowland, Michelle Hodge. This is a very fast boat, folks, and he is so hungry to get that championship podium and the Australian title, number 1 on the side of that roll cage. He's got a bit of work to do. We've got rounds 4, 5 and 6 to complete, and he has a narrow 30-odd point lead over Jody Eli in Rampage, and so far he has got the time to beat him. So let's see what he can do. He puts a split in of a 28.36. That's actually quite fast. 28.36. But Jody did a 27.17, so he's off the pace.
Well, he came out looking very strong to start with, but there's those little moments where he's just easing off that accelerator where Jody just kept his foot into it. And well, Justin Moorlands looking pretty good. Where's the time going to end up?
55.48. That's fast.
So, 55.48.
Jody did a 56.51, so he's a 1/10 faster.
TJ in the Pulse race boat will not be attending this particular run.
Oh, really?
Yep, he's going to sit this one out.
Okay.
Got no major issues at all. They just want to do a little bit more tweaking, a little bit more tuning.
Yep.
So they're not in a rush to develop this boat, which is a very sensible way to move through it. So TJ in the Pulse will miss this round.
Well, that's why they have TJ in that boat, because he's got his head screwed on it. What he doesn't know about jet sprinting, not worth knowing.
Now we have the Attitude.
Daniel Warburton and Ryan Loft. Daniel's first time back in a boat since 2006, folks. So he's a little aggressive in his first couple of runs. Let's see if we can try and smooth this Attitude machine out. Bit of a different hull, this one, an Atchison hull. Everything is brand new except for the steering wheel, the actual hull and the oil gauge. Everything's brand new.
Wow, it's certainly a vote of confidence, isn't it? As the boat turns left, it really dives down. Oh, he's had a couple of bites at that corner, and you'll see the water spraying out the left side of the hull. Oh, he's gone wide, sideways, nice little slide. Wah, 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 wah.
Well, that's a shame. They were pushing pretty hard. Just drifted that a little bit wide and caught that bank. And once you get out on the bank, mate, you are just a passenger.
Hey, we'll take a break and we'll be back while we effect the rescue of the Attitude vessel, and we'll be back soon. By the way, food underneath the commentary tower. Come and grab it. It is fantastic.
All right, folks, we've just recovered Attitude. And Grumpy now are making its way to the starter's hands. Very experienced wheelman, Mark Garlick. Long-time navigator and even longer-time wife, Kerry Garlick, pointing him in the right direction. Relatively new package for these guys. Multiple Australian championships on Marcus Kerry's wall. And a beautifully presented machine. So they're trying to hunt down the Spitwater machine and Johnny Eli in a Rampage. Nice and smooth in and out of Benny's. This boat sitting beautifully on the water. Oh, a couple of stabs at that one. That's going to cost him a few tenths of seconds. Seen a few of our drivers come into that corner and had 2 stabs at it. So far, so right. So Mark Garlick did a split of a 29.2. He's about 2 seconds off Justin and Jody. Very wide there. He's lucky to get away with that. He'll bring this boat home. Let's see what Grumpy can perform. A 57.02. A 57.02 for Marcus Kerry Garlick in a Grumpy. So we are currently in qualifying round 2, folks. Our Superboats should be starting to work their way towards the ramp. We have the B team of Apache.
Yeah, he managed to do a U-turn. And I said to him, I said, how did you manage that? He goes, don't know.
Yep.
Don't know, couldn't tell you. He goes, lucky to get away with it.
Very lucky to get away with it.
That's actually like Robin Ford Knox these days.
Now the Apache teams are not having the best of days so far. But they can all turn. They've just got to get that rotation right. So far, so good. Now, that's the right way to go in and out of Venice.
Well, I reckon at the moment they should actually sort of get on Google Maps and see if they can use Siri as a bit of a navigator the way they go in the Apache team. This is the 6th run for the team, and at the moment we've posted 1 time for them, I believe.
Yeah, they won't be bragging about that.
No, certainly not bragging rights. But look, Hugh and Greg, A and B drivers will be an A respectively. They'll just be having a bit of a laugh. Oh, he's bogged it down, he's turned right, and he should not have turned right.
If he goes
go back
ahead.
there, straight ahead, back on track again, around the Alcott higher roundabout. Hugh, what did? No, I'm not saying it.
No, let's let him finish. Let's hope he finishes. I reckon he's got it this time. A little bit of a hiccup.
There I was trying to avoid it. Dropped it. How's he going to go? Oh, Hugh Gilchrist, ladies and gentlemen, has just completed a rotation correctly. I'll tell you what, there should be a trophy on offer for that today.
Albeit the one little
yes.
hiccup. So sort of correctly.
Well, he had a little bit of a hiccup, but I'll tell you what, there is going to be champagne being sprayed around the team Apache tent in just a minute, I would have thought.
Let's celebrate the little things, eh? That concludes our Group A's. Now, an extremely fast boat, ladies and gentlemen. Get your eyes towards the track. The only time in 2021 that this boat has been beaten was when he spat it out and put it upside down in the creek. Every other boat was good 2 to 3 seconds off his pace. So Slade wants that top spot. Now, when he went upside down in the water here, that's cost him the lead in the championship. He wants it back.
And I'll tell you, the way that he's been operating so far today, well, look, there's such a long way to go that we don't want to preempt anything. Oh, have a look at that for a start. Just getting his 480 cubic inch vessel screaming off the start line. And really, if you're sitting up in the seat, if this doesn't make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, ladies and gentlemen, maybe you want to go and see a medical professional because your heartbeat might have just stopped. But have a look at Slade and Stanley. And really in that right-left combination for commentary there, where it unsettles boats, he's just all over it.
He's done a split of a 25.9, I believe. Whoa, is that
second guess.
He's
and
gone
he's gone
the wrong way.
way.
Oh, wow. That's it. He's done.
And he went, you know what? Got it wrong. Going home.
So what's going on? 8 months hiatus. We had Fonzie Mullen go the wrong way, uncharacteristically. Now Slade, wrong way, uncharacteristically.
I'd suggest that there's been a hiatus.
I would say you might be right.
Yeah. Just, what?
I don't know if we give them any grace over that. These guys are professional racers.
Yeah,
Get your stuff right, people.
Geez, I tell you what, it's just disappointing for all to see.
You know, we pay good money to be here and watch this. They're going the wrong way.
I'll wait till tomorrow when they change the track rotation.
All right, we'll give them a little bit of grace.
Hey, by the way, we've got the chairman of the jet sprinting mob down there, the international chairman, Paul Gaston, down there. Geez, I tell you what, lucky the sun's not out because his shadow hasn't got any smaller over the time, has it?
Oh, well, glass houses and rocks come to mind. It's a shame you're not out there racing, Gasto, but...
yeah, we'll get down and have a bit of a chat to that bloke and go, what is going on? A big shout out to Shane Chorley as well. He's not up here on the ramp and doing the operating things down there, so we'll see you down at Keith in South Australia, mate. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. And Shane has actually come back with some information and suggested that April 2014 was the last time that Dean Finch raced, and he believes that Tyler, the driver of Loose Cannon here, Dean's son, raced either late 2014 or 2015. So there you go.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, Shane would know. He knows these drivers, he knows these boats, he knows these tracks like the back of his hand. So we are missing you, Shane. I wish you were here, mate, but we will see you in Keith very soon. Now, Fonzie, he's got to get that head right. Not only does he have to be smooth and fast, he's got a brand new boat. He went the wrong way in qualifying round 1. So let's see if we can get this brand new Pulse race boat around this course. He's got the world's largest big block LS engine, I believe, in this machine.
That's the one. Interesting. I've given up on explaining what engines that Fonzie has in the back of the boat because it can go from naturally aspirated twin turbos, the cubic engines change all the time, and so many times I've just got it absolutely wrong. So I've just gone, it is a GM Motorsport motor. Fonzie does all the CNC machining himself down there at his Melton warehouse, and very, very smart man when it comes to tuning and development.
We'll go with its biggest
going to operate here? It is the Ramjet machine out of Melton in Victoria, and out of the blocks very, very quickly. What was the split that Slade Stanley had presented to us?
Slade did
he went the wrong way.
So we won't go with that split. This is smart. This is very fast. Very smooth. Look at that switch back there with the Ramjet machine done. You can see why, ladies and gentlemen, Fonzie Mullen is world number 1. He's going to defend that title later on this year. But at the moment, he has that number 1 beside his name and proudly displays it. Let's see what sort of a time he can bring down. He did a split of a 25.97, so that's right up there with one of the fastest so far. He brings it towards home. Past the all-cut roundabout.
Oh, look at the speed across the line.
50.55. We're getting closer.
Jeez, I tell you what, I reckon low 49s by the end of the day. You went at the very brave 48, the high 48s. Yep. But, I'm going to stick with it. But that was max speed across the finish line there, showing what this GM Motorsport engine in this new Pulse hull is capable of, and there'll be plenty more in it. As they were doing the left-hander coming towards commentary here, really see the G-forces on the driver and the navigator just really forcing their head not to be thrown out of the boat and outside the roll cages. These boats at that speed pulling somewhere between 6.5 and 7 Gs these days. As we look to our start line with Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry in the Victorian American Imports vessel, the twin turbo machine.
Now this will give us a good measure of actually where that new Ramjet machine is on, because Daryl Hutton, ex-world champion, new setup for him, twin turbo machine. Mick Parry, long-time navigator from Mildura. These guys were testing and tuning right over the Christmas break. I was in Mildura over the New Year's, had a chat with these guys, and they were welding up fuel tanks and putting the boat on the river, and they're taking it off and putting it back on. They have done a lot of R&D, and it's showing out there at the moment. With Daryl Nutsy Hutton is behind the wheel. Now, he's done a split of a 26.75. He's 2 seconds off Fonzie.
Well, that's a what a large margin in such an early part of the rotation. So certainly Daryl and Mick will be trying to work out where they can catch that time up. And across the line goes Daryl Hutton.
51.92. So he's 1.4 seconds off Fonzie. That's a lot. 51.92. That says to me that Fonzie's back.
Ooh, yeah. But certainly none of these guys are going to let Fonzie have it his own way. Ladies and gentlemen, watch this next boat off the line. Because of the trim on the jet unit this boat won't launch bow up off the line. It will take off smooth and flat as Chris Edmonds sticks his foot into it. Jamie Moroney doing the navigational duties. Murray Melly Machinery, Pays Air Service, AG and Fab, and McCabe Harvesting. So the Solid Gold Machine, the man from New Zealand, on track at the moment, just waiting for the starters' orders. Have a look at the takeoff on it. That's quick.
You're right.
Oh, wide off the first turn. That's not the way you want to do it.
You're right, KB. That boat just sits flat when it takes off. Now, is it an advantage? Because it's when it gets to that first turn, it's pushing a lot of water. Time will tell.
I think that on the tracks with the greater start line, that's probably an advantage. However, I do believe that they're having a little bit of trouble getting this just brand new engine into this boat. And Chris said to me, he said, mate, it's all about development here this weekend. We are just trying to get the engine, the jet unit and the hull all matched up, because this boat was previously powered by an LS class engine. Now got some 1,000 horsepower attached to it, and there's a lot of development chasing the jet unit to match the engine output. So Chris Edmonds, and he's put it up backwards into the water. Bit of a splash. Is the boat still going? Carry on, young man. Carry on.
As you were.
As you were.
Nice recovery there from the Solid Gold crew. They're going to pull out and bring this home.
I hope they don't.
Oh, well, at least they've done it under their own steam. Well done.
Yeah,
well done.
Geez, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you don't take your eyes off the track for a second. I was thinking as that was sliding across the grass here at the Tweed Valley Jet Spring Club that was going to dig in and just do a gentle roll upside down. Fortuitous that wasn't the case.
Yeah, well, as we've said, you're just a passenger once that happens, and it either goes your way or it doesn't. And this time it did. They'll play with that trim. They'll play with what they've got. Like you said, R&D weekend for them. Very similar to Loose Cannon. Tyler Finch, what did we say? This boat hasn't been on the water. Tyler hasn't driven since 2014.
About 2014, 2015. So our rough estimate on timelines was pretty accurate. So what will this twin turbo under the guidance of Tyler Finch be able to provide here? Tyler, very quick into that right hand. It was quite late in there. But boy, when I say late, he was only sort of half a metre past that little boy there, but he managed to keep that on track. I got the eyes a bit wider. I dare say so did the navigator, if they indeed had their eyes open at that particular point in the track.
I tell you what, we have a new contender. Tyler just dialing this up a little bit more each run he does. He's getting smoother, he's getting faster, and then we've just brought him under.
Yep. We were talking him up.
We were. We tend to do that. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
He was right on the money there, so don't let that despise you, Tyler. That was a really good run. It was smooth, and he just got that indecisiveness, but he's kept it sunny side up, and he will come back in qualifying round 3, I am sure.
Yeah, so not badly done there, because it's so easy to go into a channel and then go, oh, I should have been back there.
Scotty Krause.
Hit the wheel and roll it. And
that's exactly right. And that's how easy it is.
Yep, so the guys with experience will go, no, err on the side of caution.
Yep.
Scotty Krause, not too sure that this bloke with experience errs on the side of caution all that often, to be honest.
I tell you what, he's a hell of a wheelman, and he has earned in 2018 Unlimited Australian champion. He is fast, he is smooth, and he's got a new navvy.
Yeah, young Jess sitting inside him here. So this particular boat's got a 440 cubic inch twin turbo, hey, 1,200 horsepower at his disposal. He's the man from Tamora in New South Wales. Loves the speed, loves the adrenaline, loves the drive. And he's got an interesting little bit of machinery on the top of that roll cage, which is actually an arm that can be actuated should the boat turn upside down. He'll hit a button and theoretically it'll flip the boat back onto its feet. It is yet to be used in anger. It is yet to be tested in anger. He's gone the wrong way. I think he's re-corrected the boat. But he's gone the wrong way. So interestingly, it'll be interesting to see, and let's hope he doesn't need to use that actuator to stick the boat on its feet if it's upside down.
It's
certainly
rare.
outside the box.
Absolutely, and it's rare that a driver will put more weight on the boat. So he's obviously confident in his own ability and the own weight to the boat and how it's set up. A lot of them just go for a little bit of air and oxygen, so as they can just sit there and breathe calmly while our fantastic safety crew go out and do what they do best and recover our boats. That's a different way of thinking. Let's hope he doesn't have to use it.
Oh, that's right. You see some of the drivers and navigators with full fighter jet face mask, oxygen, and that is all very, very well done indeed. One more to go to round out qualifying round number 2. And it is Ace Racing. It is AJ Fairbairn. And it is second lap for the day. Didn't see qualifying round number 1. So this bloke, he's a rookie, got round. He's got the throttle stop there for a rookie. It is 410 cubic inch.
He's going to continue on.
Sprint car vessel, but as a rookie, what he could have done there, because there's obviously a problem with the intake on the jet unit, suggests it's full of bleed, could have put his hand up, been offered a rerun. However, our rookies tend not to think of that. They're all sort of going, oh my God, what am I going to do? I've got a steering wheel and a very powerful boat and a very narrow channel in front of me.
Yes. Please don't die. I just want to get around. And he's doing a pretty solid job too. So, AJ Fairbairn, in his first ever race, we have dialed that engine down so we cannot use the whole horsepower. Keep it safe, keep it smart, and keep it up to the sunny side up, and we will get him around, get a little bit of his wheelman experience, and then we'll unleash the beast.
And he's gone the wrong way, got the rotation wrong. Not surprising here at Cabareta, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 islands.
Hey.
And, well, there you go, a little bit of an off-track excursion. I'll just might as well do a bit of, diesel and derby style racing, really, isn't it? We'll just sort of smash into as many islands as we can. Not quite the objective, but fun all the same, and exciting for the crowd too.
And Jade Atchison getting the full pinball experience there. Let's bounce off everything.
Oh, and very tidy to that island as well. But I tell you, this is a sighting lap, utilising every channel on the track at this point for AJ. And, he's gone, you know what, that might just about do me. I'll take that home and... I reckon there might be 1 or 3 bent fins under there and a little bit of scraping at the bottom of the hull, but certainly nothing to worry about. So, well done, AJ. He's got it home. He's going to take it back to the trailer in one piece. So that's a great outcome.
I don't think he'll be too fussed with that. It's all experience. Every second you have behind the wheel on a track is experience. That's one thing about our sport. We don't get to practice. We got nowhere we can actually... Sure, you can put it on a river or a lake, but you don't get that experience of those islands coming up to you and the channels. So the only time we get to practice is on race day.
And one of the things is with these boats, because of they race in such shallow water here at the track, it actually provides a different mechanism of the way that the boat operates across the water. If you take it out to a deep river, that the whole aspect and physics of it is completely different. LS boats to the ramp, please. If we have to ask you again, boys, we're going to come down and pull a spark plug off.
Yes, he will.
Hey, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a minute with Kobe Berg in the junior development class.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Instead of sitting on the bank and watching them go around, they can get out there and be a part of it. 8 years of age is the minimum. A little bit wide there for Kobe, but he'll tidy that up. You can see he's just out there having an absolute ball. Purpose-built machine. Now the Burks will hire this boat out. If your kids want to get involved, it'll be great to see more kids coming out and coming through the ranks. So if you want to get involved in this, come and talk to Grant. As we watch young Kobe, he's getting a little bit of confidence there as he brings it home. He does a different track direction, folks, so he gets out there and has a great afternoon. He'll be back out later on this afternoon. All right, LS class, qualifying around 3. So as he said, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing a complete round here today. We are finishing off the 2021 season, which is fantastic for the sport. We didn't want to have one of these due to the pandemic. We can't race. We're going to finish off 21 with rounds 4, 5 here today and tomorrow, and then round 6 later on at Keith in March. And then we'll crown our 2021 champion, and then we're going to go straight into 2022. So great foresight from the organisers and the committee of the Australian Formula Jet Sprint Association to allow us to finish our 2021 season. So, toe cutter. Matt Riley and James McCarran coming out first. This is the LS class, folks. Used to be called the 350s. Now we're going into the LS class. He's in the starter's hands. Wait for that light to go green and away we go. Qualifying round 3. Relatively new to the sport are the crew from Toe Cutter. Matt Riley is our driver, James McCarran, pointing the right direction. And each round they're going quicker and quicker.
For Riley's refrigeration, I'll dig back off there for Matt Riley from Riley's refrigeration, Captain Stainless Steel and Total Service. So these guys have been impressing me all the time. And having a look at the back of the roll cage, they're always just grab the outside of the back, lucky to get away with that, but he's kept his foot into it, and that has put him in a very good stead. There is a flap off the back of the roll cage, and I've worked out that is just the additional roll from the seatbelt hanging out there. Yeah. What you don't want is that one, Bill. Jump into the throttle body, jam the throttle open, because that'll make things a little bit interesting, I would have thought. Yeah,
they really need to tidy that up. It's exactly that. But that's not a bad run from these guys. A little bit of a hiccup at the top of the course there, but Matt Riley has done a 62.20. A 62.20. I think he'll be extremely happy with that.
Geez, I tell you, I've just worked out, mate. It's not my eyesight that's bad, it's my arms are too short.
Is that what it is?
Yep. The further I stand back from that, the more I can read it. I just need a diving platform off the back of the commentary tower to see it better.
Yeah, not eyesight at all. On the other hand, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I'm young. I'm only young.
And you've
I'm only
got
a
the
puppy.
instant replay over there for
I do.
YouTube. You've hogged it all the way over your side.
I know.
Can you share it over here a little bit?
I'm enjoying it. No.
No?
No.
All right. Can I have the remote then?
No, I know what you'll put on.
Yeah.
It'll be
the
figure
YouTube.
skating or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Olympics are finished.
I know, but you're the reruns.
So we go Bastion Mullen, the Rip Shift Racing.
Currently leading the championship as we came into round 4 of the Penrite series. Very mature driving is Bastion. He wants to get that number 1 on the side of his roll cage too. And there's a few competitors out there that are not going to let him get it all his own way. But Bastion throwing down the gauntlet. Very smooth is fast. And so far, he has got the track directions right every single time.
Yeah, look, really has been working very hard on just concentrating on the track rotation. Oh, he's got really wide.
Lucky to get away with that.
Geez, I tell you what, that's a worm burner.
But it hasn't phased him. He has kept the foot into it and keeping those lines straight. So background through the course. He'll start to head for home now. He had a split of a 29.06. Let's see what sort of time he can bring this home for, folks. Currently leading a 55.78. A 55.78. That's a really good time. And nice and hot into the pits.
Yeah, Bastion Mullen will be very happy with that indeed. And geez, I tell you what, we are having a good run at the moment. We're getting the boats out nice and quickly. We'll have to work out when we're having lunch because the worms start to bite a little bit. But we'll get through this qualifying round first, and it will be the contractor coming out, Robert Westbury, just having a few little teething problems with this particular vessel. Got some news out of Pulse Race Boats. TJ Tremaine Dukes didn't come out for the last qualifier. They're just working on the jet unit, so just tidying that up a little bit.
Yep. Just that last run from Bastion, he shaved 2 seconds off his qualifying round, the one before, round 2, and that was the fastest time in LS so far.
Wow, that is a good time of the day to start doing that type of thing.
So well done to the Ripshift team. Very mature racing. I am sure Kyle Elphinstone in Blackout Racing won't let him have it all its own way. But the contractor.
Geez, I'm getting things from all around the world. Kyle Patrick's just showing me photos of their TV, massive widescreen TV set up in the lounge room there in Oregon of the USA. So what can the contractor achieve?
And a massive howdy to the crew over in Oregon.
Tyler O'Day. He's got the massive arm hanging out there. He's absolutely got that right in Robert's face. There is no worries about that at all.
Now, Robert's had a lot of jet issues with this weekend. Every time he put that right foot down, he's getting a lot of slip. Whatever they've done, they seem to have fixed that, Cavey. It seems to be sitting on the water a lot better.
Yeah, that is much better. When he's putting his foot down, when he's put his foot down, he's actually responding. So he went the wrong way. He's now redirecting himself. Oh, there's a slip on the left-hand corner. But it is certainly improved from the previous 2 or 3 times we've seen Robert out on track with the contractor. So whatever they're doing, they're heading in the right direction, which is fantastic because there's nothing more frustrating than getting out on the water and just not quite getting it all happening together. He's gone the wrong way. He's now thinking about it. He's parked it up gently on the island. He might even be able to pop this in a reverse, take himself off there. No, he's turned the engine off. So I dare say that might be putting the safety crew to work.
Now, if you are watching on YouTube, welcome. And you might be thinking, hang on, the contractor, he's in Group A. Why is he out in amongst the LSs? The answer is, we don't know. But he's there. So it is definitely still qualifying around 3 of
I know why.
LS class.
Because he took the 400 out and put an LS in.
Quick change.
Yeah.
Yep. Just change the rocket covers and don't tell anyone.
No. Nice and sweet.
Yeah, should be right, mate. All right, we'll get that contractor recovered. Beautifully presented machine there. But still not having the best day.
No, that's not one of those days you like to put in the diary, is it? And look back with familiarity and just enjoy and smile across the face.
The reminiscence, KB, the reminiscence. So we're getting a bit of a following on YouTube. That's fantastic. If you can't be here, you might as well watch it live. We're going to do it live on YouTube. If you have friends at home that are interested, go to our Facebook page, V8 Superboats. Click on the link to YouTube. Do not click on anything else, just the link to YouTube, and that'll get you a live stream for our racing for today. And we do round 5 tomorrow. So we are a complete round today. We'll do presentations and all that, Gaz, and then we start again with a clean slate with a different track direction. So we've had some of our top boats. If you're just joining us on YouTube, Fonzie Mullen, Slade Stanley, both WW, uncharacteristically. They'll get it right, and then we're going to go and change the direction on them tomorrow.
I haven't worked out the track rotation for this round yet.
You haven't worked it out for the last 6 rounds.
Oh, well, to be fair, that is absolutely true. That is why we rely on the wonderful ladies to my left to keep us on track. And their job specifically is to make sure that the rotation is completed in the correct order, as presented on the track map at the start of the race meeting for all drivers and navigators.
Yep.
And, well, because of the brilliance of those particular ladies, it's not something that I need to extend my entire brain power to.
And you know what, mate? They do something that not many people can do. They make us look good. Because the people at home can't see them, so we call it as a wrong way. They think we know what we're doing. I'm letting out a few secrets here now, Kane.
No, you are, mate, and that is no good. Jim Beeman coming up next. Ella Simpson will be doing the navigational duties. This is qualifying round number 3 for the LS class. WB LS ranks is AMC Forestry, River Valley Waste, Refrigeration and Nickel Fab. Now, Jim, last time out, they had a bit of a stumble. They did get the rotation wrong, but they sorted it out again. So let's hope this time it runs as smoothly as far as rotation goes, and then they can start working on the speed. So Jim went around sport for a number of years, but as a driver, he does what a lot of drivers don't do. He sticks to the middle of the course traditionally. You won't see him cut the apexes. You'll see him just stick nice and safe in the middle, and it's working to great effect for him. And Ella Simpson, of course, Jim out of Canberra, Ella out of Keith in South Australia.
And I'll tell you what, KB, true to his form, he's doing exactly that, keeping the boat in the middle, where it's deepest, keeping the most momentum, getting the horsepower going, and it'll tell on the time clock here, a 62.46. 62.46.
Yep, not too shabby at all.
He'll be pretty happy with that. That was a nice, smooth run. Well done to JB Racing. So we've sort of mixed it up a little bit.
Where Billy is. Billy's normally B driving this, and maybe he's just decided that it was a little bit too hard to wander up here to Cabareta.
Well, he could. Where's he from? Is he from north of here? He probably flooded in.
Well, no, exactly from Melbourne, the most locked-in city in the world, and I think he was down there going, oh, geez, you're allowed out now, Bill.
No one told him.
No one's probably, well, I don't know, in Victoria, nobody knew what you were allowed to do. You could get out the front door there and you get your toe cut off.
Well, you can get up here this afternoon. We're racing again tomorrow, Bill. We'd love to see you in the seat. Blackout Racing now making their way into the starters' hands. Kyle Elphinstone in a brand new boat, the X. Ben Hathaway weapon. This is a championship winning boat.
He's got an overhook in that first right-hander. Kyle coming out and just saying, Bastian Mullen, you are not going to have it all your own way. I'm coming after you. I'm going to make that leap for the championship tighter and harder for you to obtain overall. And the young man who is absolutely brilliant behind the wheel, he's a new father as well. So recently his wife, and they had a baby son, I do believe, and that is just wonderful. But at the moment, he's not thinking about changing nappies. He's just thinking about what is before his eyes at the moment. He goes around all top higher roundabout.
Bastian Mullen did a 55.78 in the rip shift machine. That was the fastest time in the LS class so far. Tad wide there from Kyle Elphinstone, but he's going to bring it home. What can he do? A 55.73. A 55.73, and that is 5/100ths of a second faster than the rip shift machine. There is nothing in it.
That is, yeah, that's cool.
That is really cool. That's good racing.
Round 3, that means it is tight.
Game on. That's what we like to see, KB.
So
nice
are we going to see the slicer out next, mate?
No. We are going to see Borrowed Time, Mike Hessel and Rory Crilly. What was it? An Irishman and a Kiwi walked into a racetrack.
Yeah.
Jumped in a boat, and here we go. It's not a joke, that's what they did.
I know. Oh, gee, I just can't imagine how the communication would go in there, particularly when they get a little bit animated. Particularly if they're speaking fast, and neither of them would be able to understand one another's accents, I wouldn't have thought.
That's where the hand signals come in handy. So Borrowed Time. Mike Hessel is our pilot. Rory Crilly in the navigational seat, in through Benny's for the first time. Let's hope the only time throws this Borrowed Time machine around.
I think that these guys certainly won't utilise. Oh, there's a big oversteer. He's got it too tight coming out of the right-hander, and then really had to weep on it to hook it around the left-hander. That'll cost him plenty of time when it comes to the overall time of this particular lap. So Rory Crilly got the hand right out in front of Mike there. A little bit of slip around that corner, but the Borrowed Time vessel is just not quite got the foot planted there, just easing in and out a little bit. But that's all right. These guys still gaining experience, and it's great to see that each and every time they come out onto the track, they are gaining in confidence. So across the line there for Borrowed Time.
A 63.61. They're not only gaining in confidence, KB, they have ripped 5 seconds off their previous fastest time. So well done to the crew of Borrowed Time. Great to see those times going in the right direction. Well done. Alrighty, as we're continuing through qualifying round 3 for our round 4 of the 2021 Penrite season, we should have the slicer, and we do. Kiri Marshall is the navvy. Paul Hill is our pilot. This boat sits beautifully on the water, folks. And they were doing some very steady times. Didn't go around the track the right way in qualifying round 2. Let's see if they can get that rotation right. As they're in the starters' hands now, we'll go full course green. And away we go.
Nice and aggressive into that first corner, and to go too deep into that first corner, it's been hard to get the boat back around into that left hand of the second corner. But these guys going about it, they seem to have got that line fly off the start line. In a Benny's, I've got to have a like a giraffe to see around that line. Bit of a hop, skip and a jump, but still on the power off full on. Here's Paul Hill, Kiri Marshall. Keeping him on track at the moment. Oh, double bite up on the grass. Oh, this is going to be all over the place.
And he's kept going.
Carried on as well.
That's good to see. And the track direction is correct, folks. This time will count. So they can jump islands all they like as long as the track direction is right. So far so good. A split of a 29.99. So it's about 2 to 3 seconds off.
Oh, he's now got the wrong way. Oh, geez, I tell you what, he's quick. He's onto that wrong way. Oh, hit a bit of a pressure wave coming around that right hand to skip the boat sideways a bit. Paul Hill, another touch on the island. That was a rugged, ragged run from Paul Hill.
I tell you what, they might have to go and push that throttle back through the firewall of that boat, because it was flat, as hard as it could be, the whole way around that track. And credit to Paul Hill and his driving skill. When he went up and over those islands, he kept going.
And what's that, a 65 and some change there?
Yeah, 65.36, which is not too bad considering you've jumped islands and gone the wrong way.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? Hey, after this qualifying round, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a half-hour lunch break, and indeed you will be invited into the pit and paddock area, but you will be asked to leave within that half an hour type of thing, so you are welcome to have a quick look. More details on that to come as we go. Nate Mullen, Ripship Racing, Australia Speed Performance, Ramjet, Ricochet, Gill Engineering, and well, we've been impressed with the young Nate so far. Jay Bella doing the navigation duties, and again, not out there. He's certainly getting just slowly quicker. So a little bit of squirt in the accelerator there.
But the lines he's picking are the lines you want to pick. He's picking his corners early. He's getting the boat settled. A little bit untidy there, but the power will bring that into it. And he is getting it smooth. You can see he's comfortable sitting in the boat. The hands aren't jerking around everywhere. He's just getting those lines nice. And that's what you want to see from a young and upcomer. I think he's 16 or 17 years of age. He can't even drive a car on the road yet, I don't think.
No, that's right. But I think he's taking lessons from Jim Beam, just keeping it in the middle, keeping it nice and square.
Yeah, he is absolutely holding his own. And like we've said many times, mature driving, bringing this boat back in one piece. It's currently leading the championship, so he wants to make sure that the 18 can have their crack at winning this championship, as well as he'd like to be on the podium as well. He's going to bring that home, a very respectable 68.04. 68.04, well done to the B team of Ripshift. And as Kobe was saying, we are going to invite you, the public, to come on in to the pits, get up close and personal, get some autographs. There's one thing I know for a fact, Kobe, is boat owners love talking about their boats.
Oh, absolutely they don't. We've only got half an hour in there, but there will be absolutely no smoking in the pits.
No glass?
No glass, no drinking alcohol in the pits at all. If you seem to be doing that, somebody's going to grab you by the ear, give you a foot up the bum and throw you out the back of the cane field. So,
and you and I will confiscate that alcohol to make sure it's disposed of correctly.
We will destroy it.
Greg Harriman, Wendy Wheelhouse in Apache. They haven't got around the track.
We're now moving into the Group A. We're out of the LS. So sorry to cut you.
You're right, mate.
There, mate. We are into it. Motor 1, the Apache. These guys, well, they have been all over the shop. They're like a mad woman's hat. There is no doubt about that. But the last time that they were out here, they're looking good as far as speed. It is the all-important rotation that seems to have gone wrong. They've managed to get that right-left-hand combination looking pretty good without the turmoil of the boat bouncing around like Skippy.
Now, if it was me, KB, and I hadn't got a time on the board when I'm entering qualifying round 3, I would be like Nana, driving Miss Daisy, getting it track right, getting it on the board. Not Greg Harriman. He is a racer true and true. He takes the brain out, puts the helmet on, and let's get into it. And he is doing just that, folks. He had a split of a 30.57. So he is up there. He's going to get the direction right this time. Well done. And a 59.96. He'll be very, very happy with that. Monkey is gone.
The monkey, he shaved his back. So that is brilliant there for Greg Harriman and Wendy Wheelhouse. So have a look at that. Apache A and B through 2 runs in a row. Rotation correct.
That's not bad. Oh, did Hugh get it right?
Yep, he certainly did.
Well,
so it's all sorts of good going on for Apache down there at the moment. We are now going to go, I do believe, into the pulse machine of TJ. No, it is going to be the girlfriend of Brendan and Rory Doyle. So this boat, well, we saw it a little bit earlier during practice stick itself up into the tyres. If you weren't here, a little bit of damage to the starboard bow, the front right part of the hull. Nothing that's going to cause any performance issues at all. Very tight in that first turn.
He's got away with it though, folks. The girlfriend, Rory Doyle, Brendan Doyle, husband and wife team, putting a brand new propulsion race boat. They have never raced on a track before. They are new to the sport. They have new development and they are holding their own. There are 3 boats here carrying that Pulse name.
Now, all important, this combination here in that right left really shows the setup of the boat to my mind. Very, very easy to get the bow of the boat right up and have a good look underneath the hull. This Pulse race boat doesn't allow that. It sits very, very smoothly.
It's not getting unsettled on the crosswash. The switchbacks, it's handling it. It is ticking all the boxes. I tell you what, Katie, I reckon there's a lot of world champions out there looking at these boats very closely.
No doubt about that. And of course, particularly here in Australia, given all the COVID shipping restrictions and the flow on from that, the girlfriend across the line.
58.76. A 58.76. That's their fastest time so far, and they will be absolutely over the moon. You couldn't have got a launch of a new product any better than what they're doing right now.
So the boys at JRE and Pulse indeed will be very, very happy. We will be expecting to see Jody Eli, E-L-Y, because he's a great bloke. I had a chat to him just before, and well, he's done a little bit of adjustment to the blades, the impellers inside the jet unit. And well, last time, a couple of times out, he's just sort of hit the rev limiter very briefly there as well. So certainly on pace, no doubt about that. He's the man from Melton, Angel Brennan, doing the navigational duties. And wow, have a look at this jet speed hull. Just seems to bog down a little bit coming out of Bennings there. Always fairly easy to do. Super cheap auto, science protection, GM Motorsport, Melton on Bodyworks, Jet Speed New Zealand and Gill Engineering. But wow, he's looking good. And Jody in the time off, he's in fact been on the treadmills and shedded himself a few kilos. So
he's looking good, and he's also looking good out on that track. He did a time of a 56.51 in qualifying round 2, and he is hot into this one, mate. I reckon that he will break that, and he has done exactly that, a 56.09, a 56.09. But Justin Roylance in the Spitwater machine did a 55.48, so he's got a bit of work to do.
Yeah, well, I've got a feeling Jody, long-time campaigner, give Roylo just that little bit of latitude at the moment, come into the finals later today, he'll peg that back, and he'll be trying to put the pressure on. So Jody's still got plenty more in that, I'd say. He's just playing the long game and trying to outside his mate. Oh, have a look at this. We've got chocolate up in commentary. We'll be back in about 3 hours.
All right. Darren Casper in
the Let's Boogie machine. And this boat last time out, William Phillips sitting in the navigator's seat. This boat's caught on fire the last couple of times out. It managed to put itself out both times before it got to the trailer. So what will this man here do the Let's Boogie machine is Darren Casper for Oz Pebble and KMC Performance Speed Flow. And
Darren's going to be one of the coolest racers we have on the track. Went down and spoke to him, had a bit of a fire, mate. Is that it? You're done? Nah, she'll be right. She'll be right, mate.
Oh, yeah, no, he's got the laconic laid-back larrikin sort of attitude. Nothing seems to faze him too much.
Yep, and it's exactly that. He is out there doing what he does. Had a massive off here in the Worlds. That could bring many a driver undone, but not Darren. He is out there. He loves the sport. Been around for a very long time.
Well, his brother Ken Casper, of course, synonymous with Jets many, many years ago, and Darren never raced during that time. And it's taken, the last sort of 5 or 6 years where he sort of went, well, you know what? Brother Ken was having a bit of fun. I might go and try some of that myself. So he's taken that on board and putting himself very nicely in the minute in his Oz and Pebble machine.
He's holding his own. He's going to bring this boat home. Correct direction. Shiny side up, a 68.36. A 68.36 and not on fire. So that is a
very,
in the
very
right
positive. Yep, keep those marshmallows firmly in the chili bin. Like how just throw a Kiwi thing in there. Just
oh yeah, just keep our Kiwi friends across the Dutch happy.
Yeah, that's right.
Good to see that they're tuning in and watching some good Aussie racing. All right, tough enough. Is making its way into the starters' hands. Danny Napick and Darren Tickle. Tough enough. This is a really beautifully presented machine. All right, we've got a little bit of jet there. They just put, away they go.
Yeah, away they go.
Mustn't have had it in gear.
Yeah, somebody may have put it into drive. And this is the Stingray machine, KMC Performance and the Speed Flow. Danny Napick, absolutely. He's doing such a good job at the moment. Just spun the wheel around that left hand a little bit. Lost a little bit of traction out there. Therefore, that will cost him time on the clock as Danny comes into this right left hand and takes it wide around there, sticks to the middle of the track. And look, Jet's pretty. We saved this over the years. that there is no right line. There will be some people who will take apexes quite tight, some will go out quite wide, but it won't make a difference. And then you go and get the track direction, Rob. That makes the difference.
It does. It does. And you can actually watch Danny's driving style. He's actually driving to the navigator's hand, which is extremely hard to do. You need to know the track in your own hand and have the navvy as a backup. But when he came into that switchback before, the navvy's hand went hard left and he changed his direction, which cost you time. But this is all experience. They'll learn this as we go.
Yep, that's right. Interestingly, what was the time there, mate?
The time was a 65.17.
65.17. Interestingly, Peter Coey, multiple world champion, relied heavily on navigators.
Not many can do it, but Peter did it, and he did it bloody well, didn't he?
Geez, I'm saying, I've seen his navigators over the years, Karen Marshall, Sharon McDewey, Louise Blythe. They just, over the years, they just worked very, very hard as a team behind the scenes to go, right, where are we, what are we doing, and just phenomenal.
You know, another driver that used to do that was Dean Finch in Loose Cannon.
Yep.
We had young Jody sitting beside him. He used to drive.
Or his daughter Debbie.
Yep. And the navvy used to sit with his hand right in front of his face.
Yep.
I couldn't do that.
The attitude of machine out on track at the moment, and it is Dan Warburton. This boat was requiring rescue last time out, and certainly, well, this hull is an old hull. As we know, everything else is pretty much brand new, so certainly very innovative, or the different way to go about it in some circumstances. But what they're doing is just, well, they're having a lot of fun. You see a lot of water coming out of the port side of that boat. Oh, he's hit the line. Upside, well, no, just on the side. And ladies and gentlemen, that is beached as bro.
He maybe wanted to start lunch early. We're taking out our timing.
Yes.
Just turned in a little bit early and kept it on his side up.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team attitude.
Well done, guys.
Oh, look, we're loving it up here. Those boys, they're just sort of like, they're out and about and they're going, oh, no worries at all. So the rescue crew over there, they're going to get the boat out the way. Then they're going to go and check the timing. We are going to go and have a break. We'll be back with you real soon.
And just a reminder, if you'd like to come up and get close and personal to our teams at lunch, we are asking you if you'd like to come into the pits and meet our teams, get autographs, get up close and personal, ask some questions. These guys love talking about their machines. No glass in the pits, no alcohol, no smoking. So pretty easy rules. We've only got 30-minute window, folks. A 30-minute window to get in, get around, have a photo, and get out again, so we can keep racing and get into the finals later on this afternoon. So at the end of qualifying round 3, we're going to take one lucky sponsor that was supposed to go about 2 years ago for a run. And then we will go into a lunch, a 30-minute break, and I believe into the finals. Grumpy now in the starters' hands, Mark and Kerry Garlic.
Ooh, the Garlows.
You'd nearly call them locals. They've only come from Noosa, so I'd say this is their local truck.
Yeah, I tell you what, there's, I reckon Garlow was going to sit this meeting out, and he's had a bit of a look at the field. He said, I've got a new package. I haven't really been running it as much as I'd like to. I think I'm going to get back into it because Mark and Kerry, Breakaway Marine up there in Noosa, and so what they've been doing is doing a few tours around the place, taking a few well-deserved longer style holidays, and they thought, you know what, we love the sport. It took him 25 years to get out of an old tough tack hull.
Yep, and he's had the same shorts for 25 years too that he wears it when he's not got his race suit on, and you can tell.
And it's funny, he wears the white shorts to the track on race day and the black shorts to work.
He's a hell of a character too, and an ambassador for our sport. They both are, and it's great to see him doing the rotation out there correctly, and a nice solid time of a 56.88. They are up there with it. They are 8/10 of a second off Jody Eli's time of a 56.09. So don't discount Grumpy at the end of the day, folks.
Well, he's certainly got plenty of runs on the board over the years. 7 Australian championships, 22 race meetings in a row. He was on the top step of the podium over the years. You know, just incredible form, incredible experience, and an incredible couple as well. Of course, their son Jake, they got him in the sport. We haven't seen him for a little while. He's too busy catching fish off the coast there instead of racing. I don't understand. You can go out there and race a V8 10-speed boat, or you can go fishing.
Yeah, no, it's not a comparison, is it? And Jake was a hell of a wheelman too.
You can get fish up the road, and it's already cooked for you. The bloody thing of chips are about $10. How easy is that?
Don't even get your hands smelly with the bait, mate.
Oh, it's just, I don't know.
Maybe Dad said if you bend it, you own it. So he sort of, I can't afford to fix it, so I'll go fishing.
Yeah, I think that might be the case. Mind you, we are just surmising.
Looks like we've got TJ. TJ's coming out. He didn't come out in the last 2 rounds.
No, he's been out there just working on the jet unit. Yes, it is. It's the Pulse race boat with TJ. And not sure who the navigator is here. We might get some information on that. Geez. Good out there, Mr. TJ. The Truck Fire Solutions and Bell Reynolds IGA.
How good is it to have TJ back out in front of us? The days of Maniac, he was so exciting to watch. He really took it to the team, to the competitors when he was behind the that boat, the big twin turbo machine. Now he's out here doing some research and development for the brand new boats of Pulse race boats, and it is going fantastic. Boats sitting beautifully in the water. As you said, KB, on the switchbacks, it's handling it just absolutely to a T.
Yeah, look at TJ really just sort of getting in tune with this. The first couple of laps were nothing to be ashamed of, certainly, but really just looking super smooth. Got the boat pointed in the right direction. Across the line for TJ.
56.10. He is right up there with him. A brand new setup, first time on the water, and he is at the pointy end already. 56.10.
Yeah, TJ will be very happy with that indeed. So just seeing a few of the drivers, navigators just milling about just in the front of the commentary tower here. And that's because they know there's good tucker underneath. And the cafe, the rest stop cafe up there, plenty of good tucker up there. Get up there, we're coming into the lunch break. If you don't want to waste your lunch break eating, you want to spend your time down here in the pits having a look at these boats up close and personal. Justin Roylands, Speckwater, leading the Group A Australian Penrite Royal V8 Superboat Championship at the moment. And, well, his mate and his fellow competitor Jody Eli hot on his tail at the moment. What will Roylo pull out here? The man is actually doing very, very well here. And we said earlier, he really stepped up a lot of confidence in the outboard machine from a really good first round at the World Series there a couple of years ago. And wow, isn't he doing just a fantastic job out there? The left-right combination and the higher roundabout.
Now, interesting, KV. Jody Eli did a split of a 27.1. Roylo, 28.0. The back half of the course, he seems to go faster because he did a 55 earlier. Let's see what he can do. A 54.14. Laying down the gauntlet.
Geez, that is going to make Jody have a thought and a process of how do I catch this man.
That's pretty impressive. Very impressive.
So what? How impressive? How many seconds in front?
2.
That is pretty cool.
That's a lot of seconds. 2 seconds up. Jody's got a bit of work to do.
Certainly has, as does Hugh Gilchrist. Hugh got the track rotation right last time, so we are very much hoping that Team Apache have put the track rotation gremlins well behind them and are now going to come out and have a red on crack. The fellow doing the navigation duties, the motor one.
We'll make sure our superboats are on the ramp ready to go so we can finish up qualifying round 3 and then we will do a sponsors run who's been waiting for a good 2 years to get their butt in a boat. So we'll get that over and done with and then we're going to open it up to you, the public, to come on in and say good day. So once the superboats start, I'd start walking towards that gate, folks, so you can get in. You've only got 30 minutes. No drinking, no glass, no smoking.
So Hugh looking pretty good. Hugh and the Rel seem to have this one ironed out thus far in the lap. And I'm keeping my eye to the left to our land. They've he's gone the wrong way.
He's
Hugh.
That's all right, he's corrected
now
this time. Now he's gone the wrong way again.
Now he's gone the wrong way. I talked it up, blew him out.
Yep, he'll bring it home now. No, he's not.
No, he's trying to resort this out. He hasn't got it right yet.
No, he's just going round and round now. He'll bring it home now. So that's going to be the wrong way, unfortunately.
Yep, that'll be a DNF there for Hugh Gilchrist. So what's that, 4 out of 5 so far today? He's gone the wrong way. So
we don't
eventually the numbers have got to fall his way. Eventually.
You would think so. Look, let's stop counting and just get right behind and hope he can bring it home for us.
I don't know if you remember, there was a bloke by the name of Ed Weirdo used to come out here a bit and we called him Old Wrong Way Ed. And he was quite spectacular because I think he went through nearly an entire season without getting a track rotation correct. Wow. That was quite exciting. So we get over Ed over there in WA watching, and indeed Chris Kent and all of the Western Australian Jet Sprint Club. They haven't been shut down at all through COVID. They've just been racing their hearts away and having a great time over there. And hopefully the rest of Australia might be able to get over there one day. That'd be nice. Quite happy.
They're speaking of going the wrong way. Uncharacteristically, Slates and Vanessa Stanley.
As we move into our unlimited class.
Bring on the big guys. Let's bring them out to play. You can hear the motor of the V8 of the warming up on the ramp there of Slade and Vanessa Stanley. Now these guys in qualifying round 2 went the wrong way. Fonzie Mullen, he went out and did a 50.55. So Slade will know that coming into this run. He knows that Fonzie's got a brand new package, a brand new setup. you have to think, not being arrogant or whatever, you come into a race meeting like that and my nearest competitor's got a brand new setup, I think I'm going to be okay. Not the case. Fonzie is really taking it to him, and he's 100% professional, world champion for a reason. We've got competition on our hands.
Oh, it is going to unfold beautifully throughout the day, and the final chapter is yet to be written, but it won't be far away after the lunch break. But Stanley Holmes, it is the Slade and Vanessa Stanley combination with a 400 cubic inch engine, 880 horsepower. It is for gyms of building inspection, Stanley Holmes, precision signs, bar up bull bars, JRE race engines, and ladies for tradies. The hazardous machine out of Wagga. Let's have a close eye on this one. Right, now he's put the foot down.
Check out the pace of this machine, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute champion. Australian champion for the last few years, and no one could get close to him. The pressure is on, and that was evident in the last run when he went the wrong way. Last meeting here, he tipped this boat upside down. He is currently second in the championship with the Penrite Series. He wants that top spot. He wants the podium. He's done a split of a 25.67.
That is going from the hazardous machine. The boat just sitting beautifully on the water. They had a few gremlins coming into this round. Couldn't quite get some of the oil gauges working. So what they've done is gone back to the old mechanical style of things. It's working well. Slade, Vanessa Stanley.
Sub 50, 49.53.
Game on.
You want to have another crack at that can of Coke, mate? Because that's a 49.53. He is half a second off getting where I said he's going to be by the end of the day, and we're only in qualifying round 3.
Well, I would like to rethink that, but because I'm too proud to change it.
And I won't let you.
No, that's right. You've got to have a crack within, the first sort of qualifying round. Have a stab at it and see where it ends up. You can't be adjusting that over throughout the course of the day.
Let's see.
I tell you, isn't it interesting? You have a look down over here from this height and have a look that I reckon advanced hair can do a lot of work down here in front of us, in front of Coventry Tower. Ramjet Racing, Fonzie Mullen, what is he going to produce? Slade just went sub 50. Can Fonzie follow suit?
And Fonzie, true to his fashion, is a true racer, ladies and gentlemen. He wants that number 1. Brand new boat, brand new package, and it is sitting beautifully in the water. He will be going as hard as he possibly can. Let's check out what the splits were. Slade Stanley did a split of a 23.86. 23.86. Let's check out Fonzie's split. It's a 25.41. He's 2 seconds off the pace, folks. He's got a lot of work to do.
Wow, and yet Fonzie out of the blocks, he's just looking a lot quicker than Slade. So it's in the sort of middle part of this lap where Fonzie's falling away. So he doesn't want to hurt this engine. Normally Fonzie's got about 2 or 3 engines sitting in the shed, ready to bolt in. Not so this time across the line.
A 49.91.
Oh,
4/10 of a second off Slade.
Yeah, point ball there is not much in it. These boys going neck and neck, hammer and tong, and any other cliche you can think about.
It is game on. This is what we come to see. This is racing, folks. Close, fast, and safe. And we're only in qualifying round 3.
Oh, look, as far as I'm concerned, we like safe, but not that much. So now we go into Darryl Hutton, Mick Parry. Their last time out on the track was a 51.92. So they've got a little bit of work to do. They need to grab about 2.5 seconds to match the time that Slade Stanley has just posted. 2 seconds to match the time that Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine has just posted. What will Darryl Hardnuts Hutton provide for us here? We know it's going to provide a lot of excitement. What is the navigator Mick Parry going to do? They have a very good team of work ethic together. These boys have a lot of fun while they're at it as well. And Victorian American Imports vessel, the Phoenix Lubricants vessel, in and out of bedding without a problem. This boat really starting to settle very, very well indeed.
And the split for Daryl Hutton was a 26.03, so he's a good couple of seconds off Fonzie's time of a 24. But we know he's strong in the back end of the course. He is a world champion, folks. He is a great wheelman, long-time navvy of Mick Parry. They are going to push as hard as they can in this twin turbo machine, punching out around about 1,600 horsepower out the back of this boat.
Oh,
Nice
very
and
wide
there.
around that right-hander.
Let's
I
see
see
what
how
they do.
thought he was going to be in the crowd. Daryl Hutton.
51.20.
Well, he has dropped 0.7 of a second off his previous best time, so certainly heading in the right direction. A little bit of work to do for these boys. One from down in East Gippsland, the driver there, Daryl Hutton, and the other Mick Parry from Mildura. So a little bit of work to chase those two at the top, but that is the beauty of it. Now we will have Tyler Finch. Now Tyler Finch, this is actually Robbie Coleman's old ton of guts hull that Tyler Finch has got hold of and done a little bit of tweaking and tuning. So yeah, very, very good.
We're going back now with Robbie Coleman's old boat.
Yeah, geez, we're going way, way back. But Tyler Finch, last time out, got the rotation wrong and decided to err on the side of caution. Took the boat home nice and easily. Didn't complete the lap. Didn't even attempt to complete the lap. But Tyler said the whole idea of this weekend is let's dial the boat in. We're not going to push it too hard. And so far, he's been looking, you know, that he's been running that well. Had a little bit of a straighten up there heading towards the split, which was
29.36. And to be live here at the track and get that waft of methanol as he comes around. That looks like a bit of a flame out there, was it?
Yeah,
I think
no,
maybe
still
some engine drama there.
Yeah,
he's bringing it straight home.
Coughed and spluttered, and it just lost power there. Big back off. Luckily, it happened in a straight line, because nothing worse than if that engine shuts down. Although the engine's still running, so not too sure. We're about to go to the lunch break in a minute, so I'll get down. I'll have a chat with Tyler Finch.
Absolutely.
What happened there, mate? That's 2 DNFs in a row.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's done the responsible thing, though. If he's felt there's something going on in that engine, there's too much money to keep pushing it. We're not on sheep stations status just yet.
Isn't it weird? You sit there and you talk about responsibility with jet spin boat drivers.
You don't normally have those two words in the same sentence,
that
do
is
you?
just a, I don't know, that is just a bizarre combination.
Scotty Kraus, 2018 Unlimited Australian champion. In his big twin turbo Burson powered machine. He is a good wheelman, he's smooth, he's fast, and keep an eye on his splits, folks. We had Fonzie, he did a split of a 24.49. Slade Stanley did a 23.86. Now we're coming up to that halfway mark, KB. Let's see what sort of split we can get out of Scotty Kraus. A 27.42, so he's way off.
Yeah, he's well off the pace. And as he came into this part of the track going the other way where that buoy just indicates the point of that island, that buoy's been bobbling around a little bit. And I wonder if that movement of the buoy up and down the water, it cost a bit of time in there because he really went very wide in there. That cost him a lot of time. He seems to have nailed that corner this time, but certainly Scotty made some changes. It's visibly slower, but he'll come back after the lunch break stronger.
53.03 for Scotty. It's not a time that he'd be disappointed with, but he knows he'll go faster, and we know he'll go faster.
And interestingly, it is a very respectable time. Just when you've got the likes of Fonzie, Slade, and even Nutsy playing in that zone, it's just it's a mountain too high to climb sometimes, you'd think.
Now I think we've got the solid gold machine warming up on the ramp.
Yep, plenty
Very
of
shortly.
Kiwis back at home watching how Chris Esmond's strutty stuff. Actually got a message from a few of the boys over there. They're all sitting out in the shed.
Good on them.
You know, making malted milkshakes and things like that.
Getting a few out of the chili bin.
Yeah, getting a couple out of the chili bin.
Good on them. That's the spirit.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. So, love the way this boat takes off. But let's have a look at this first corner. Does it mean, I don't know.
I reckon when he gains, he loses, if that makes sense. He gains it because it's sitting flat from the start, but that first corner comes up that quick. He's pushing a lot of water on that right-hander. Let's see if he can get that better. Don't forget, folks, we're very, very soon, we're going to open it up to the pits, to you, the crowd. So start making your way down if you want to get up close and personal. Still pushing a lot of water there, KB, I reckon. We'll just back it off there.
Jamie Moroney doing a really good job in the navigator seat as well, I have to say. Certainly gaining in confidence as a navigator, there's no doubt about that. So just trying to work out at times when he's just using this trim. Oh, it's gone wide, and there is plenty of water over the bow. Have a shower, young men. And they've just gone, oh no, who's got a clothes dryer?
Who's got a bar of soap?
They're actually having a chat to one another going, no, is that soap in a rope?
You can see the water now around the flywheel just absolutely pouring out of this big... That's a shame for these guys.
And I tell you, Chris, you have a chat to this bloke, he's just one of the absolute crackers. Oh, he's going to continue.
I don't get any faith he can get around that sharp right-hander. So
look, he's got that much water in there. He should put 200 kilos in there. But I will say, he's nothing if not determined.
I'll tell you what,
he's gone the wrong way.
The nose is up. Might have
when he decelerates, the nose will go down as the water flows through the race boots.
Yeah, so look, I'm sure the crew of Solid Gold, Chris Edmonds and Jamie Moroney, will be back better than ever in the next round.
And Kev Aitchison down there as well.
Oh, yeah, welcome, Kev.
From,
good to see him back in the...
designer of the Aitchison hull
yep.
and the Aitchison jet unit as well. So he's back from a long time out of the sport. Great to see one of the early developers of the sport still in and amongst it and working very solidly with the Solid Gold.
Now, I don't want to get your hopes up, Kobe, but I can see Blown Budget sitting on the ramp with the engine running.
Ooh, and it looks like there is... Ooh, and it looks like there is the Daryl Hutton down there.
I think so. Well, it's definitely the race suit of Daryl Hutton, that's for sure.
Yes, so
distinctive
and
solo.
AJ down there in the Ace Racing, so hopefully he can get out and have another crack after a few offshore excursions. Last time around, he wanted to visit the 11 islands here at Cabareta and stake a claim. Mate, they've already been discovered. You might be new to the sport, but they've already been discovered. You don't need to put a flag down to mark your territory.
Now, I believe we're getting very close to allowing the public to come into the pits. We're going to have a 30-minute lunch break shortly. We are going to do a sponsors run soon, folks, so the safety crew and everyone stay where you are. I'm not sure. We're just trying to work out who's on the ramp and who's doing what. I know Slice is sitting there. I'm not sure that will be coming.
Hey, Paul, and by the way, Paul and I will be available for autographs. Bring your own texter. We are happy to sign body parts, T-shirts, hats.
Whose autograph do you want to get? Well, we're giving him.
We're the ones providing them. Form orderly queue, though.
I think the queue will be orderly and short. That's for sure.
Yeah, it won't be like a queue at the local buy shop, I can tell you that.
No, that's for sure.
It won't be like a queue at the rapid testing sites.
If you've just joined us on YouTube, welcome to the Penrite series. We are finishing off the 2021 season, and we are almost finished round 3, qualifying round 3. So if you have just joined us, a bit of bad luck, we're going to have a half an hour break shortly, but we will be back to do finals later on today, finish this race meeting and do it all again tomorrow. So make sure you tune in again on YouTube. Who's coming out, Kobe?
AJ Fairbairn in Ace Racing and Truckmate, one of the sponsors on board there. We've got to get down there during the break and have a bit of a chat to these guys. They're not too worried about the sponsors at this point. They're just more about getting around the track. So we've seen he's heading back to the trailer.
Oh.
He's done a U-turn.
Is that classes the wrong way?
Yeah, well, one way in the pit bull. Only one way out there, mate. So just taking it back up in the trailer. He did put the foot into it just coming off the line, and there was just sort of no traction there. So maybe they'll just wheel that one out and see what's going on with the intake of the jet unit, and then chuck it back out there again. But yeah, the blown budget, Glenn Spider Roberts, the man who only got the engine back together at 5 a.m. Thursday morning, drove from Shepparton in Victoria right through. Showed up, at some point.
Coming out.
Hours this morning. He's coming out.
Blown budget.
Anna McGifford is doing the navigation.
This
duties.
is a good news story, folks. As KB was just saying, Thursday, this was a bare block. Now, those who know engines know how much work go involved in getting a monster back together. Thursday night, they worked through the night, jumped in the motorhome, drove the 1,700 kilometres to get here. They've had some little gremlins, and now they are out on the track for our viewing pleasure. Well done, Spider.
Yeah, I don't know that this is going to be the most spectacular or fast lap you ever see, but Spider will have 4 eyes on all gauges. Gianna will... I don't think Spider... Oh, he's still on the right track, but I don't think Gianna's... Everybody's going to be looking at the gauges in there. Spider's going to be listening for any knocks, any nuances, any unusual sounds coming out of this brand new package, out of the brand new engine. So certainly great to see much loved man of the sport back out on the track again. Triple A. And Spider does a lot for Deaf Victoria as well. Deaf Vic, certainly hearing challenge. And one of those blokes has got a degenerative hearing condition and a degenerative eye situation. But the great news is that the degenerative eye seems to have stopped.
Yep.
And he just turns up the hearing aids.
Yeah, look, he is an absolute gentleman.
Yep.
He is a stalwart of our sport, and every time he gets out behind that wheel, the whole crowd, the whole racing fraternity gets behind him, because he is carrying in these disabilities with his degenerative eyes and degenerative? I'll get it right.
Well, degenerative
hearing.
speech pattern.
And when we race at night, it's even harder for Spider, and yet he's still up there in the pointy end of the
and it's interesting, because he's actually a mentor for a lot of people with hearing difficulties or disabilities. And, as he's always saying, you take the dis out of disabled and you're able to do pretty much anything you like. And he's just that type of person who continues to just show this strength of character through all the time. And look, just love the bloke, really do.
And Tiana McGifford, his long-time navigator, local girl, her dad Pete, Kiwi Pete, does a lot of work around the track, and sort of runs the safety crew for us. So it's great to see these guys in the sport, and it's even better. What a fairy tale for Spider to get that boat going round and round. Well done, mate.
So what's the, did we end up with the time there? No, we don't care about the time. That was slow enough. We could say it was 2 minutes, 38 seconds, 43, I reckon. That'd be close enough. Yeah, it doesn't matter. A few years ago down at Keith in South Australia, Spider had a bit of an issue, and he managed to complete an entire lap of the Keith facility in about 3 minutes 43. But it was enough to progress him into the next stage of the finals. As we go, AJ Fairbairn has come out for Ace Racing again. So AJ just not quite getting that jet unit hooked up last time out, but seems to be on it this time. Now it's all a matter of, for the rookie, just finding that spot on the accelerator that feels comfortable without going too fast. It is a physically controlled spot under the foot because he is a rookie. That is absolutely perfect. Looking reasonable out there at the moment. It seems to have that just sweet spot without overdoing it. Sticking to the middle. Oh, he forgot to turn left. Forgot to turn left. And another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust.
You could just see as they come into that corner, he thought, I need to go there, not there. He took the foot off. Once you take the foot off, you've got no steering.
Yeah, that's it.
Look, it's a nice soft landing, and there'll be no injuries, no problems.
Big round of applause for AJ and Jade.
And true to race professionals, they stay in the boat.
That's right, always making it much, much lighter, using the maximum amount of sarcasm for the safety crew to redirect the boat towards the water.
I am a jet boat racer, I will not get wet.
Yes, although Chris Edmonds proved that wrong just before.
That's true.
Putting a, I don't know, he put a wave that you see off Kira up here, straight over the top. Something like Mark Okbalupu could have bloody served to his world title.
And I can see down there Peter Munger helped pushing this boat around. Now Pete's a stalwart of the track. He would normally be out here racing. He was president for 25 plus years on this track, and that's why this body of water here in front of us, Cable, we've named that Pete's Passage. And as a tribute to the man who was out there, and now he's out there just pushing boats around. So mind you, he is used to being out on the green stuff when he's racing, as well as when he was not racing. So it's not unnew to him.
So Mick is about to jump into the sponsor ride. It looks like he's going to jump into the Spice machine. So as soon as we get AJ back to the pits, we'll have the Spice machine out with Mick. He got a ride of your life deal a couple of years ago. Geez, I'll tell you what. Imagine trying to hold that adrenaline and the excitement of winning a sponsor ride than having to wait 2 years for it. 30-minute lunch break, so you can start making your way to the pit and paddock area for a bit of a look-see, but we're not going to open it up until we get our sponsor ride out of the way. Just remember, it is a working pit area, ladies and gentlemen, so just a reminder, no smoking, no drinking, no glass, and if there's traffic moving around in there, just be very aware with your young kids, if you could too, please. It is a working pit area.
There will be trailers and boats
moving. Very happy to have you guys in there. Say good day to all of these race drivers. Get up close and personal and realise that they look better with their helmets on.
And we are definitely sticking to strictly 30 minutes, folks. So don't dawdle. Go to your favourite team. Talk to your favourite driver and crew. Get an autograph, a photo, whatever you need to do. But get in, get out, so we can keep doing what we do best, and that's racing. So a massive thank you to Pottspool Landscapes, Mick and Kim, Illuminated Electrical, Truck Hire Solutions and Hardy's Haulage for combining to help put this race meeting on for our viewing pleasure. Please, folks, if you get the opportunity to support those who support us, do it. We couldn't do it without them.
Oh, exactly. And marine airflow as well.
Alcott Hire.
Yep, there's plenty of them. THS, Parklands Raceline, Project BA. It's wonderful. And, oh, geez, mate, I do believe that we are just about to eat one of those beautiful burgers.
I believe we are. So, and if you'd like one yourself, folks, the Pit Stop Cafe up on top of the hills doing a roaring trade, as is the cafe down here under this big orange beacon, just below the commentary area. And if you want to know how deep the water is, you can see it now with one of our safety crew walking through, about waist deep, and that's on the start line. It's not that way all the way through.
Interesting that safety crew member there got a haircut a little bit like Genghis Khan as he would have been going through the steps of Russia while taking over the world. So, you know, I'm not one to pick on it, I'm just pointing it out.
Well, mate, he's not the smallest bloke out there, so I'm happy for you to point it out.
No, well, he looks a lot shorter out there in the water.
Just as you're walking down into the pit area, folks, just be a little bit careful. It is slippery conditions. Try and use the handrails when you can. We don't want anyone falling over and hurting themselves on a day out.
And the reason we're telling you this, we know that you're all smart, intelligent people, but the way that workplace health and safety goes these days is that we must warn everybody. For example, do not use a hairdryer in the shower. You know, these are the things that society has come to these days. We do recognise that there are electricity issues with using a hairdryer in a shower, and it also makes it hard to dry your hair too.
Common sense, not that common.
Well, it is. I think it is with jet sprint crowds and motorsport fans in general. I think it's the rest of the population that have a little bit of trouble.
True. Takes
from time to time. And look, that's okay. No, it's not really.
Now, have we got confirmation of what we're going into straight after lunch? Is it the finals?
We are going into qualifying round number 4.
Excellent.
And then we are going to go finals time. Isn't that right, Mr. Harry?
All right, this is the ride of your life. The Slicer. Now, this gentleman won this race, or the ability to be in the boat about 2 years ago, folks. So he has been hanging on, waiting for us to get back to this track, lining up to get his butt in this seat. And I bet around about now, Tavy, he's going, this is fun.
Yeah, because the first third of the lap, you're just going, oh my God.
Is it going to turn? Is it going to turn? Yes, it does. All right, let's keep going.
So certainly, I love seeing. I wish we had a microphone down there to have a chat to Mick, who's in the silly seat here, and just go, mate, how was that? Always good entertainment to see how the fans are going, all that type of thing. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to move into the lunch break, and as we head off to the lunch break, just remember, fee, fi, fo, fun. You can't be glum when the sun shines out me bum. We'll see you soon.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products, for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
After the setbacks of 2020, which saw just a single round contested ahead of the impact of the pandemic, there was much anticipation for a return to action for the 2021 season. Keith again played host to the season opener, although to a more subdued crowd than normal due to the ongoing effects of COVID-19. But with 12 months to prepare, the teams were fired up and ready for action, which came thick and fast.
Okay. Oh, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm good.
Earlier on I didn't realise it was the top 12, so I was still making changes to the boat. I changed the rear stator, which changed the steering. We got the first corner, but then as I sort of set up for the next one, it just drifted a little bit wide and I caught an outside edge. Simple as that. Once that happened, we just become passengers.
With Hutton eliminated, the final saw former champion Scott Krause, Fonzie Mullen and Slade Stanley doing battle, although everyone was forced to concede that it was very much a battle for the lower steps of the podium. Reigning champion Slade Stanley coming into the final with an advantage of 1.7 seconds over arch rival Mullen, whilst his advantage over Krause was almost double that. The contenders, though, hadn't been without their own challenges, all three striking drama in the lead up to the final, but that didn't deter them as each one of them set their fastest time in the last run of the day. Stanley showing just how hard he'd been pushing with his final 5 laps separated by just half a second. Likewise Krause, who set 5 laps within 4/10, but in the end, no one could touch Stanley.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. We had a few issues at the start that were quite minor in the end, like with the fuel. But yeah, pretty happy to come away with the win.
From Keith, the Penrite Series moved to Tamora in central western New South Wales for the traditional day-night event. Again, the contenders battled into the final. Former champion Daryl Hutton arriving at the circuit with a brand new boat after an epic 5-week build. But despite his best efforts, he just missed the final with Krause, Mullen and Stanley again doing battle. Mullen had found improvement with his new jet speed hull, which was in just its 3rd event, reigning world champion chipping away at Stanley's advantage, his consistency allowing him to pressure Stanley into the finals, where the hazardous team suffered an electrical setback, dropping them onto 7 cylinders. Despite fixing it, another issue appeared as they tried to fire the engine for the final. They eventually got it going, allowing Stanley to pick up where he left off, running just over a second faster than Mullen, but he pulled out all stops in his final lap to find an astonishing 3/4 of a second in the cool night air. Mullen also finding improvement, but it wasn't enough, Stanley taking the win by 1.6 seconds.
We had a few issues in the top 6, had a melted plug lead, and lucky enough there was a crash in the LS class that gave us the time to repair the boat. Only to find out when we got to the ramp, we went to start it and it just wouldn't even wind over. We were on the clock, we had probably a minute to spare when we found a loose earth lead and got fired up just in time.
Cabareta played host to the final round of the season on the beautiful north coast of New South Wales, an event that is often played into the championship equation, and 2021 would prove no different. Former 400 class champion Ben Hathaway had played giant killer all weekend and was threatening to put Matt Malthouse's LS class machine on the unlimited podium before suffering the final of 3 impressive offs across the weekend.
Today it was a really good lap and must have just got a bit wide coming through the split there and just had no traction, had no water, so passenger for the rest of it.
Hathaway wasn't the only one to play passenger though. Cabareta also claiming the biggest scalp of them all, reigning champion Slade Stanley. Fortunately, both he and wife Vanessa were both okay. His 9-race winning streak and his championship points lead had both come to an end.
Yeah, just a bit shaken, I guess. The adrenaline's pumping. It's never nice to go upside down in the water. Yeah, we're both okay though. Like, it was quite a gentle rollover. It wasn't. Anyway, it's all part of racing. We went out hard. Been cutting the banks all day and just cut a little fine. It bounced me off. Sort of expected to get bounced off and run wide and get back on it, but it just kept sliding and over we went. It is a challenging track. I think that sums up Cabareta. Like that first corner, you've got to get it right, and it just really sets you up for the rest of the run. So, you know, I was keen to sort of drop down into that 40-second bracket and set us up for a good run in the finals, but just wasn't to be. We just went in a little hard. Didn't need to, but you know, I'm here to race, so I was dumbfounded. I was like, it is pretty standard for me though. If I come out, it's always big. Never just slides up the bank and lives to fight another day.
With Stanley eliminated ahead of the final, the door was open for a first-time winner for season 2021, and that was an opportunity too good to pass up. With 3 former champions vying for the top spot, it was always going to be tight. Scott Krause laying down the first time with a best of 44.408, which is more than 3 seconds slower than Stanley's best, but good enough to put pressure on Daryl Hutton. The two-time champ, meanwhile, was all smiles after finding the mojo that had eluded him for many years thanks to a hull which has never worked. His new boat getting him to within tenths of old rival Fonzie Mullen. A chance to fight for his first win in years, too good an opportunity to pass up, but in the end, despite finding 0.8 of a second in the final, he fell half a second shy of Mullen, who claimed his first win since late 2018. In the process, the 7-time Australian champion took back command of the championship points.
To get 3 boats here and to get them here to, to win, just amazing at the end of the day. So, very happy. It's Bastion's 18th birthday, so to celebrate on his birthday, best mate Jody, he wins, so 3 winners.
Thanks to his consistency and Stanley's slip, Fonzie Mullen now leads the championship points heading back to Cabareta in February, where he will debut an all-new pulse hole, but look to Slade Stanley to recover from the setback and take the fight back to his long-time rival. Despite reigning 400 class champion Paul Kelly taking a sabbatical from the sport, the action at the top of the timesheets was no less impressive. In fact, former race winners Justin Roylance and Jody Ely had seemingly taken another leap forward in performance. Such was their pace across the aborted 2000 season and into 2021. The COVID-inspired break from the sport had had the greatest impact on 400s, with some drivers forced to miss the season opener to focus on business, whilst others were trapped by rising floodwaters in the north of the country. But there were still only 2 contenders through to the final after all their rivals suffered mishaps in the lead-up to the final run. Not surprisingly, it was Roylance and Ely who went toe-to-toe across the final lap of the day. Roylance throwing down the gauntlet with a stunning 50.488, improving his qualifying pace by 3/4 of a second, before Ely improved his best by a similar margin. The 2 jet speed drivers separated by just half a second, Roylance claiming his 3rd consecutive win with victories across 2019, 2020 and 2021.
What a day. Wow, what a day.
God, it was good. We've been trying to get on the podium together for I don't know how long, and either he's having a bad day or I am, and today we were able to put it all together. It was fantastic.
At Tamora for round 2, the pair were at it again, but this time a new threat emerged. Brendan Doyle and the newly rebuilt Girlfriend, the first of the new Australian-made pulse boats that was starting to make an impression on the sport. Doyle had been creeping up on the leaders all day, with driver coach and reigning world number 3 Daniel James cutting him loose in the final, the former MMA fighter punching well above his weight to put Ely and Roylance on notice. Doyle's 43.656 wasn't his quickest, but it was within tenths of the pace set by his rivals in qualifying, forcing both to dig deep. Roy Lance was next out, but he was behind the 8 ball, nearly having topped the previous elimination final by a quarter of a second. But Roy Lance found something extra to lower the bar to a 42.287. Ely charged around the lap, the former Tamora winner improving again, but it wasn't enough. The margin of victory, just 8/100ths of a second.
The gap's getting closer, much closer.
For Roy Lance, the winning streak continued, but with Cabareta to come, he knew that he'd have his work cut out for him in order to maintain his points lead. He wasn't the only one pushing either. Brendan Doyle looking for a podium return. Despite being in a tight battle to make the final with former champion Brett Thornton, Doyle was eliminated in a big way on the opening day of competition. The team had made a blade change in the jet unit ahead of his run, giving Doyle a bit more power down to the notorious Benny's corner, which he clipped as he turned in. An over-rev on the engine, forcing the team to retire the boat to ensure no further damage. That allowed Brett Thornton a clear run into the final alongside Ely and Roy Lance. The trio separated by just 9/10ths of a second as they set off for the final run. As fastest in the top 6 elimination final, Ely made the decision to run first, the Victorian turning in a stunning lap to be 6/10ths faster than Roy Lance's best of the event. Thornton was next up. The Queenslander always a threat at Cabareta, but he was unable to improve on his best, falling 1.7 seconds shy of Ely, and that left Roy Lance. Coming off a streak of 4 wins that went back to the final of the 2019 season at Cabareta, Roy Lance pushed, but whilst he improved, it wasn't enough. Ely claiming the most dominant victory of the year, the margin in the end, more than 9/10ths of a second.
Finally, Justin. You drove well though, mate. Unfortunately, Benny got you. He got me a little bit too, but yeah, well done, mate.
Tough weekend, but it's been a big year. You've been building up to this.
Yes, it's been very hard. We've certainly have been trying, I can tell you now.
Jody Ely's first win since 2018 has put him to within 3 points of Justin Roy Lance at the top of the point standings, coming back to a double-header at Cabareta, where the points leader will be hoping to find something a little bit extra to keep his title aspirations alive. Perhaps the biggest surprise of the 2021 season was just how quickly the LS class had grown since the close of 2019, Keith providing a small glimpse of what was to come. Sadly for reigning champion Kyle Elphinston, he was an early casualty in his new ex-Ben Hathaway Sprintec, a drive belt failure on his oil pump running the engine without oil, a situation which sidelined him early. That left a returning veteran of the sport and 2 young rookies to battle for victory. In the end, it would be a spectacular fight. Quick on his 2020 debut, Bastian Mullen was actually slowest of the trio into the final. Whilst on a strong lap, the second-generation racer clipped the bank and was forced to retire without a time. That eased the pressure somewhat on Keith's Matt Malthouse, but he knew there was still a second Mullen to contend with for round honours. Malthouse was impressive on his competition return, the local driver sharing driving duties with former 400 class champion Ben Hathaway, the pair turning in a measured approach up until the final, where Malthouse let loose with an impressive 52.602, faster than any of his rivals had been all day. That didn't deter Nate Mullen. The 16-year-old was determined to take victory on his V8 Superboats debut. Unfortunately, despite a strong start though, he wasn't able to complete the lap, exiting in spectacular fashion.
Last year in Feb at Tamora was our first run. We done okay, had a bit of fun, but this is our first run here in Keith, and Made a few mistakes earlier on in the piece, got our head around it and pretty much just slowed down for a start and then just back into it.
From Keith, the many new LS Class teams were faced with one of the greatest challenges of V8 Superboats, racing under lights. For many of the teams, the finals was the first time they'd experienced it, and it claimed a number of scalps. What it didn't do was upset the rhythm of the Keith round, with points leader Matt Malthouse again faced with the challenge of battling with brothers Mullen. Bastian was first a car to time, the teenager finding an impressive 0.8 of a second to put Malthouse on notice. Malthouse needing to find just a little bit extra after having taken the top spot in the second elimination final, but despite an improvement on his best, he fell 0.2 of a second shy, with Nate Mullen yet to come. With the ripshift hull having faced some serious repairs after Keith, Nate Mullen was keen to make amends for his early exit. Clearly unfazed by the challenge of racing in the dark, the rookie charged through the opening leg of the lap, and just halfway through his run he clipped an inside bank and made yet another dramatic exit from the final. Fortunately, both he and Coda Kolak were able to exit the boat without serious injury, but for the team, they were faced with yet another rebuild ahead of the third round at Cabareta. Not surprisingly, the Fonzie Mullen-run team made some extra changes ahead of the Cabareta round. Both Bastian and Nate Mullen turning in more measured drives, although Nate's more cautious approach presented another challenge, with the teenager battling to get the rotation right, having significantly dropped his pace for the weekend. The 14-strong field of entries provided a strong challenge to the points leaders, but in the end, only local driver Paul Hill could challenge the pace of Bastian Mullen and Matt Malthouse, although in the final he made a navigational error and retired early. That left Malthouse to set the early pace, the South Australian unable to improve his time from the second elimination final, although his 46.946 would force Bastian Mullen to put in a flawless lapse. But in shades of his father, he stepped things up to a completely new level to punch out a 45.234 to claim his second win on his 18th birthday.
I just said to myself, keep it in the middle of the track and just creep up on it all weekend and should be right.
Mullen's second win sees him share the points lead with Matt Malthouse at the midpoint of the season, with his younger brother Nate still holding third. Chris Edmonds holds fourth from reigning champion Kyle Elphinston, a position from which he will be hoping to launch his title defence next time out. Sadly, not long after the Cabareta round, news came that state borders would close, bringing the season to a sudden stop. But rather than cancel what to date had been a spectacular year with strong entries, record crowds and a much bigger online presence, the sport's ruling body elected to continue the season in early 2022 with back-to-back rounds at Cabareta before concluding the year at Keith in late March.
Penrite, Australian-made family
Right, folks, just to bear with us while we're hoping just a small shower goes through. We've just got to hold off on the racing because it's unsafe to race in these conditions, even though it's only a light shower. That rain, when it hits your visor, can blind you, and we don't want that when we're going at high speeds. We did have a Ride of Your Life raffle, and congratulations if you've got a ticket to Michael R. Michael R. And his phone number finishes in 494. Congratulations, mate, you've won a Ride of Your Life. To claim that, it's valid for 12 months. You can come down here under the orange beacon tub, talk to Dwayne, and he will give you a certificate. So, Michael R., when your phone number finishes in 494, you have won a Ride of Your Life. Can we get all drivers for a driver's briefing, please? Just to come up, we had the driver's briefing this morning. Drivers, could you all please come up for a driver's briefing, please? So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for this weather can rack off, and we'll get away racing again. Perfect opportunity to grab yourself something to eat or drink, and hopefully we'll be racing very, very shortly. Thanks, folks.
Family owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penrideoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
After the setbacks of 2020, which saw just a single round contested ahead of the impact of the pandemic, there was much anticipation for a return to action for the 2021 season. Keith again played host to the season opener, although to a more subdued crowd than normal due to the ongoing effects of COVID-19. But with 12 months to prepare, the teams were fired up and ready for action, which came thick and fast.
Earlier on I didn't realise it was the top 12, so I was still making changes to the boat. I changed the rear stator, which changed the steering. We got the first corner, but then as I sort of set up for the next one, it just drifted a little bit wide and I caught an outside edge. Simple as that. Once that happened, we just become passengers.
With Hutton eliminated, the final saw former champion Scott Krause, Fonzie Mullen and Slade Stanley doing battle, although everyone was forced to concede that it was very much a battle for the lower steps of the podium. Reigning champion Slade Stanley coming into the final with an advantage of 1.7 seconds over arch rival Mullen, whilst his advantage over Krause was almost double that. The contenders, though, hadn't been without their own challenges, all three striking drama in the lead up to the final. But that didn't deter them, as each one of them set their fastest time in the last run of the day. Stanley showing just how hard he'd been pushing with his final 5 laps separated by just half a second. Likewise Krause, who set 5 laps within 4/10, but in the end, no one could touch Stanley.
Yeah, nah, it's pretty good. We had a few issues at the start that were quite minor in the end, like with the fuel. But yeah, pretty happy to come away with the win.
From Keith, the Penrite Series moved to Tamora in central western New South Wales for the traditional day-night event. Again, the contenders battled into the final. Former champion Daryl Hutton arriving at the circuit with a brand new boat after an epic 5-week build. But despite his best efforts, he just missed the final with Krause, Mullen and Stanley again doing battle. Mullen had found improvement with his new jet speed hull, which was in just its 3rd event, reigning world champion chipping away at Stanley's advantage, his consistency allowing him to pressure Stanley into the finals, where the hazardous team suffered an electrical setback, dropping them onto 7 cylinders. Despite fixing it, another issue appeared as they tried to fire the engine for the final. They eventually got it going, allowing Stanley to pick up where he left off, running just over a second faster than Mullen. He pulled out all stops in his final lap to find an astonishing 3/4 of a second in the cool night air. Mullen also finding improvement, but it wasn't enough, Stanley taking the win by 1.6 seconds.
We had a few issues in the top 6, had a melted plug lead, and lucky enough there was a crash in the LS class that gave us the time to repair the boat. Only to find out when we got to the ramp, we went to start it and it just wouldn't even wind over. We were on the clock, we had probably a minute to spare when we found a loose earth lead and got fired up just in time.
Cabareta played host to the final round of the season on the beautiful north coast of New South Wales, an event that is often played into the championship equation. 2021 would prove no different. Former 400 class champion Ben Hathaway had played giant killer all weekend and was threatening to put Matt Malthouse's LS class machine on the unlimited podium before suffering the final of 3 impressive offs across the weekend.
I don't know, it was a really good lap and must have just got a bit wide coming through the split there and just had no traction, had no water, so passenger for the rest of it.
Hathaway wasn't the only one to play passenger though. Cabareta also claiming the biggest scalp of them all, reigning champion Slade Stanley. Fortunately, both he and wife Vanessa were both okay. His 9-race winning streak and his championship points lead had both come to an end.
Yeah, just a bit shaken, I guess. The adrenaline's pumping. It's never nice to go upside down in the water. Yeah, we're both okay though. Like, it was quite a gentle rollover. It wasn't. Anyway, it's all part of racing. We went out hard. Been cutting the banks all day and just cut a little fine. It bounced me off. Sort of expected to get bounced off and run wide and get back on it, but it just kept sliding and over we went. It is a challenging track. I think that sums up Cabareta. Like that first corner, you've got to get it right, and it just really sets you up for the rest of the run. So, you know, I was keen to sort of drop down into that 40-second bracket and set us up for a good run in the finals, but it just wasn't to be. We just went in a little hard. Didn't need to, but you know, I'm here to race. So I was dumbfounded. I was like, it is pretty standard for me though. If I come out, it's always big. Never just slides up the bank and lives to fight another day.
With Stanley eliminated ahead of the final, the door was open for a first-time winner for season 2021, and that was an opportunity too good to pass up. With 3 former champions vying for the top spot, it was always going to be tight. Scott Krause laying down the first time with a best of 44.408, which is more than 3 seconds slower than Stanley's best, but good enough to put pressure on Daryl Hutton. The two-time champ, meanwhile, was all smiles after finding the mojo that had eluded him for many years thanks to a hull that just never worked. His new boat getting him to within tenths of...
But it's an even keel. They're all on the same keel. They're all on the same boat, literally speaking.
Yep.
Away we go.
Well, it's, I'll tell you what, young Covey, this young bloke just keeps impressing me and impressing me. During the last time he was out there, he got it a little bit close to the shoreline over there, but he's actually in a couple of spots in there, a little bit bumpy coming out of that little right-hander there, but he's actually putting the power on when he's got a straight line, so certainly not overdriving it, and it's fantastic the way that this young bloke's going about it, just the development in the driving. The boat porpoising around there, and part of that is just not quite enough acceleration in there.
That's
so
exactly it, yeah.
Once he gets that boat, he's opening it up across the line there, and just getting better and better with each run. So that was a time there of a 48.081, and that's for Patriot Campers, Universal Welding Services, Oceanic Trailers. Great little trailer down there, and of course the old mum and dad.
Well, I think Dad's sitting on there watching, and I reckon it's going through his head's going, how much longer till he has to get a bigger boat? How much money do I have to spend to get a bigger boat?
No, Grant, you'll be right. Come on, don't be stingy.
We might have a chat to Kirby after the race.
Yeah, Vanessa's up here sitting in there going, oh my God, what are you doing? Hope you can't hear that young Kirby through the helmet there.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, actually, Grant, he's on the phone to Mum. I'll give those idiots up in commentary a backhand, will you?
Probably welcome to.
Yeah, we're going to have to give it a superannuation, as you should. It's going to go to him one day anyway. Give it to him now.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have a chat with Fonzie. He wants to learn one of those new Pulse boats.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the LS classes down there on the ramp at the moment. You can see Baston Mullen, you can see Jim Beeman down there as well. And so pretty much I had a chat with the Pulse boys down there with TJ.
They would have had smile on their faces,
They
surely.
are very happy indeed. They just sort of don't have the full arsenal of blades available to them for the jet unit. They're very happy with where it's at. They want to make some changes. They just don't have the equipment on them to make the full sort of gambit of changes, but that is what development is about.
That's
working
exactly
out,
right.
all right, here's where we went with this setup. What do we need to work on for our next setup for next time? So all of these things. Robert Westerick in the contract of the boat being porpoising everywhere. We saw the last run out here. The boat really settled down a lot, looking a lot better. Discovered that he just couldn't get the weed out of the unit. So every time he's coming in, he's taking more weed out of the unit. It's just getting caught in the stator on the way through. But and that's leading him to wrong way because he's getting frustrated. The boat's not putting the power down that he requires.
Yep.
But at least they're starting to move on top of that. Didn't get out to have a chat with the guys out at the tow cutter. Quite a few that I missed out there because, wow, half an hour is
not a long time.
They're poking out a bit of tucker.
Yeah, it's not a long time at all. And you did all the hard work, mate. I did bugger all. It was really
mate,
good.
you know,
this is the way this thing should work.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. You know, well, you've been bloody man in the mic all day. Well, I've been going and checking out the oxygen levels out the back of the commentary tower here, so that's always good.
Righto, let's go racing, folks. So we are in knockout. This is a top 12 shootout. We've got Bastian Mullen and Kelsey Gill in a rip shift. These are currently leading the championship for the 2021 Penrite Series. Great to hear the rumbling sound of the V8 out there. All times go out the window, so no matter what happens now, this is the time to beat.
It certainly is the time to beat, but we are also going to reference the previous times because it's for our information to see how they are tracking as far as the day wears on. So Bastian and Kelsey of course, a long time navigator for Mullen over the years, and that experience sitting right next to Bastian is just going to be sensational for that young man from Melbourne, the rip shift of the GM Motorsport, and also brought to you by Gill Engineering into the Alcott Hire roundabout. Geez, this bloke is really putting that boat right where it needs to be, not overdriving it, not trying to pitch the apex, just doing beautifully.
Smooth as he crosses the line. This is the time, folks, 57.50. A 57.50.
So he's actually gone backwards by over 1.5 seconds. However, that is just the reference point because, as Paul just said, it is all about the times from here on in. You need to be the 6th fastest in each of the 3 categories to progress into the top 6.
It's quite vicious, isn't it? The first cut, 12 to 6. There's a lot of people going to be disappointed in sitting on the trailer watching these boats go around when they'd rather be out there racing. But that's why we have racing.
That's exactly right. There's going to be winners, there's going to be grinners, and there's going to be those who want to suck their thumb catatonically in the corner.
Wasn't sure where you were going with that. Matt Riley in tow cutter is our pilot. James McCarran is the navvy. Let's see what these guys can do. Can they get enough to get themselves up and over the line? Now, when they start pushing the boats and pushing the limits, that's when mistakes happen.
Oh, he's done a big back on bit of that right hand. I haven't noticed him do that quite to that extent previously. So here is what Matt Riley is up to at the moment. Into Benny's. So the exit out here, very, very important. Winded himself nicely there. This right-left combination. They have this boat sitting very nicely indeed. And the way this is travelling for the tow cutter team. Bit of a second grab out there on the far side, just going under the timing loop. Is it starting to unravel in the latter part of his lap?
Yeah, not as smooth as what he's done before, and his split time to Bastian was a good 5 seconds shy. So he's a little bit off the pace. He's got a lot of work to do in the back half of this course, and he has smoothed it up a little bit. Couple of stabs there. He'll start to drag the bottom of the course now and start heading it for home. We'll see what sort of time he can bring it home on.
So the tow cutter with Matt Riley heading for the line.
A 63.30. 63.30, folks.
So he has gone quicker. So maybe there's just a bit of rainfall, just getting onto the visor there and just creating a little bit of blurred vision. So that'll always make it very, very interesting. You need the windscreen wipers out there. But in the meantime, we'd like to thank 10 Cent Tom for doing the recycling here. He's down there just getting it amongst it. Thank you very much there, 10 Cent Tom.
Good on you, 10 Cent Tom.
What you're doing, mate. Absolutely. That is probably going to be a good rap name.
What a champion, 10 Cent Tom in the house.
Hey, did you have a look at those dudes at the Super Bowl?
I didn't.
Didn't you? Oh, yeah, they had all the good rappers up there. And geez, I'll tell you what, didn't social media line up from all the old style dudes who are sort of, you know, into Bill Haley in the comments going, oh, what is this rap music that we're seeing at the Super Bowl?
Shut up,
oh, seriously. Anyway, Jim Beeman out on track with Alice Simpson doing the navigation duties. had a chat to the pair of these guys, and they are absolutely wrapped with how the pair of these guys, and they are absolutely wrapped with how this is going at the moment. A few little missteps early in the day, but they are, well, true to their form. They just sort of went, that was pretty funny. Let's keep going.
They're having a ball out there. They are just set up well. They're a professional outfit. You see the Jim Beeman shirts getting around, and as you said before, mate, absolutely perfect. 30.32 is the split, so he's a little bit outside of Bastion Mullins, a good 3 seconds. Let's see what he can do in the back half of the course.
Got a bit of a tidbit regarding Ella Simpson from BBC South Australia. She's actually an elite ladies road cyclist.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so she's gone from wearing the lycra to wearing a race suit. So very competitive young lady as Jim Beeman and Ella Simpson make their way to the finish line.
And a 60 neat.
60 neat?
1 minute exactly. So well done to those guys. You get 60.075 if you want to get the technical part there, KB, but we'll call it a minute.
Roger. A minute sounds good.
A minute.
Because I reckon 60 here on my sheet, and it doesn't look right, so I'm going to cross it out right 1 minute.
Only you have to read it, so that's whatever suits for you, mate. All right. Now,
actually, I'm writing all over tomorrow's notes too.
Yeah. Let's worry about tomorrow.
All right, so Rob Westreek, the contractor, as you just heard, has had a little bit of trouble getting this boat settled today. They will have cleaned the lead out during that lunch break, and hopefully it's got a clear throat to be able to just get power down and to be able to concentrate on the rotation. When you can't get the power down, by his own admission, he was just frustrated, then losing concentration on the track. Tyler O'Day doing the navigation duties, so there's a swap with the driver and the navigator in here as well. So there'll be a little things that will be ironed out over the course of the weekend. But the contractor looking a lot smoother out on track this time out.
That's a much better run for him so far. And look, he'll be honestly just trying to get that score on the board to know that when he goes home tonight, he got the direction right, but he has to try again tomorrow. He can still make it into the top 12. It's a vicious cut, 12 to 6.
Oh yeah, it's a hard one.
And he's got to do something he hasn't done.
There was hesitation needed to go out to the right, and the frustration is palpable. The fists onto the steering wheel.
Not happy.
And that is a not happy Jan outcome.
The worst part is he knows. As soon as he took the foot off and he went up on that bank, he knew where he needed to be, and it wasn't there.
Yep.
So unfortunately for the contractor, that will be the end of their run for today.
Yep, they'll be back again tomorrow.
That's good news.
And that means it seems as though he didn't get the track direction right rarely today, that just forget all about that. Concentrate on tomorrow's track direction. It should be hopefully a little bit easier to put in the head.
I would assume that Robert will be doing some studying tonight and making sure that he's got it right for tomorrow, because it's a whole new day.
I don't know about you. When I was at school, I don't know, back when we were using inks and dips and things like that, you know, that whole trying to study the night before didn't work well. I was the crammer. You suss it out, 2 seconds before walking in.
Last minute caving.
Oh, exactly. And I tell you what, it seemed to work all right.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I tell you what.
You're a commentator.
Forgery's bloody good.
I would suggest it doesn't work brilliantly because you're up here with me.
Well, Mum actually said to me, you can be anything you like, but apparently identity theft is not the way to
go. Exactly. It's a real shame for the crew of the contract. A magnificent presented machine. But Robert's a racer. He'll go back, have a look what he needs to do for tomorrow. He'll get a jump start on the rest of the crowd, the racers now, because he can study up on the race directions for tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. So
bear with us, folks. We will recover the contractor. It should get going under its own steam. We just got to, I wouldn't stand there if I was a race crew. He's just going to clear the jet.
Yep.
Yep, safety's paramount, folks. We'll wait till they're all clear and away we will go. And we'll continue on. This is the top 12 shootout of the LS class in round 4 of the Penrite series.
Did you know, mate, that the tucker that we got for lunch today, absolutely beautiful.
Magnificent.
Really was. Yep. Absolutely loved it. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Really appreciate it. But, what worked out recently?
What's that?
Zebras are a butcher's dream. They are awesome. You take them to a barbecue. You know why?
What's that?
When you cut them up, just follow the lines.
Follow the lines.
Follow the lines all the way, mate.
Sorry, animal activists out there on YouTube.
Yeah, that's it. Don't worry about that.
One thing you learn when you're listening to this broadcast, you never take anything seriously, especially from Cavey.
Oh, well, that's right, because I thought all the way out of, meeting zebras and barbecues, right? And I'm not saying you do, but I'm suggesting that if I decide that I'm going to give up being a carnivore, I'm going to go all the way to vegan, just because vegetarian is so hard to spell.
I'll just take carnivore. That's just a lot easier. So on the ramp now. Who we got out next, Cavey?
Yes. Young Kyle Elphinstone. And, this young man is looking pretty good out there. His last time out was a 55.73 with Central Coast Kitchens and Wardrobes. Next Generation Demolition, the Rust and Smash Shop, Truck and Tow Bars Australia, DTG Race Products, KMC Performance, Central Coast Batteries and Madden Plumbing Solutions.
And they got the fastest time on the record so far, but that means nothing, folks. He's got to try and hunt down Bastian Mullen. Now, he was a Australian champion in the 350 class. This boat has been on the top step of the podium for an Australian championship in a 400 class. So Kyle knows the boat can do it. He knows his ability can do it. He's got to put it all together on the day. So he is really going to try and hunt down Bastian. Bastian split with a 27. This is a 29, so he's off the pace.
Well, interesting, but I think it's partly because he's got a GoPro camera right in the middle of the bow of that boat. He's going to try and see past it. So sometimes we're worried about the Hollywood looks and surpassing the natural progression of speed in a boat. Is that putting him off? Don't know. But Kyle Elphinstone will be able to bring this back through at the latter part of this lap. We're about to find out.
A 57.063, top of the table.
Well, he has certainly increased the power of that, and the run got smoother in the latter part of that lap after the split. So,
it was 2 seconds out in the split, and in the back half of the course, he's not only made it up, but a 57.06. Bastian's was a 57.5. So he's 5/10 quicker than Ripshift. Jeez, it's close racing.
Yeah, geez, it's amazing that how some of these boats in the early setup in the sharper, tighter corners at the start of the lap, some of the boats just handled a little bit better than the others, and of course driving style, setup. But we are now moving to borrowed time. Mike Hessel, Rory Crilly, the Atchison hull. I like the big long bows on these older style boats. They just sort of sit out there nice and proud, the kind of bow you can sit up there and make a cocktail or two when the sun goes down in Cabareta town.
I'm sure there'll be a little bit of that later on tonight. So borrowed time out there on the track at the moment. This is the top 12, folks. All times count.
Oh, there was a hesitation and he's gone the wrong way. So as soon as you do that in the top 12, is that going to be a sudden death? You're on the trailer. However, we have seen stranger things sometimes. Just continue on with the lap.
The hand's gone up.
You've got to keep going, boys, because sometimes everyone else parks it up, can't make the start, but they're out, gone.
Toys went out of the cot, they are done.
See you later, Jax.
So which one's going to cop the blame for that?
Well, I would have thought that due to the communication difficulty between a Kiwi and an Irishman, I don't know. I'd put it on the leprechauns myself.
Could be, mate, could be. All right, we're running through the field, folks. This is the knockout. We've got Slicer now making its way into the starter's hand. Paul Hill. He took one of a lucky guy for a run in the ride of your life.
Took him for a couple of laps, in fact.
Yeah, he did. I've seen that.
Because basically the bloke had that ride of your life for the last couple of years, so they give him extra bang for his butt.
Good on him.
Bloody fantastic.
Alex Singleton pointing them in the right direction. These guys have been going really hard all weekend, and this run's going to be no different. They are hunting down Ripshift and Kyle Elphinstone in Blackjack. Our top two boats.
Paul Hill really in this old style hull, just doing a really, really good job in here, and just been impressed by the way that he's just sort of grabbed the ball by the horn nice and early in the day and just kept progressing through and just getting smoother and smoother each run.
30.37 was the split after he went through Pete's Passage. Paul Hill at the wheel, nice and smooth this fast. As he brings it towards the top of the course for the last time, he'll send this boat round and bring it back to get a final time. Now,
where's he gone there?
Oh, no.
No, all good. I'll tell you what, I'm good at running to the line. You and I got a bit ahead of ourselves. Paul Hill, on the other hand, just poised, concentration, and a great time.
59.48. That's his best time of the day, I think.
Well, by about 6 seconds.
Yes. That is a brilliant run. 59.48. That might be enough. We might see that again.
I've got a sneaking suspicion that we will.
So who have we got up next? It might be young Nate, is it? In rip shift?
Could be young Nate Mullen, of course, the brother moving through to the top 6 at this point.
So the Group A's, you should be starting to work your way towards the ramp. To start the top 12, Group A, you should be in your boats ready to go.
So the time that Nate needs to beat is a 63 to be able to... No, he will actually naturally progress because Mike Hessel and Robert Westerling, providing Nate Mullen finishes this run, he will progress into the top 6.
Top 6. And he has been driving consistently throughout the qualifying sessions. And like we've said, he's driving with a very mature head. And I can't see this being any different.
Oh, but now we're getting into finals time, and this is where the whole headspace changes. We might say it shouldn't be anything different, but racing being racing, right puts on accelerators tend to get heavier.
That's exactly right.
The adrenaline is higher, the eyes are wider, everything is just happening at such a better pace that similar to normality, thought processes extinct.
A little bit off the throttle there as he went through the crosswash, but gathered it back up through Benny's. Nice and smooth, still keeping that nice mature drive that he's been known to do all day. Nate Mullen is our driver. That's 17 years of age. Jaden Bella sitting beside him, showing him the way. So far, so good for the Rip Shift B team.
How's the split looking there, Mr. Bennett?
The split was the 32.82, so he should have enough to get through.
Yep, that'll be fantastic to see around the all court, around about. Now to the far side of the track, bring it closer to commentary, around the boy, the right-hander.
Smooth. That was smooth. That was a nice drive. This will be his fastest time, a 63.15.
I'll tell you what, that is 5 seconds quicker than his previous best time. So, wow, everybody stepping up. The sudden death eliminations. I'm looking at some very nervous drivers down there. Very nervous. Bit of sweat on their brow.
Or rain.
Or rain. No. And have a look at a couple of them. Brollies. Seriously. Hardcore races. Hardcore races. They've got the brolly out.
They don't want to get the hands wet.
No, of course you don't.
Yeah, so I believe that concluded our LS class. We're going to go straight into the Group A's with Greg Harriman.
So here's how it's going to look for our top 6 for our LS moving forward. Nate Mullen, Jim Beeman, Paul Hill, Buster Mullen, Kyle Elphinstone.
Yeah, I had a chat with Greg at the lunchtime break. He was disputing a few of the times. He reckons he might have gone the wrong way, but he fixed it and should have better times on the board. Doesn't matter, Greg. No times matter anymore. Top 12 is where we're at. You are the pioneer. Whatever time you set, the rest are going to try and hunt down. But you've got to get the track rotation right.
Oh, Dana, that's where the pressure is on he and Wendy Wheelhouse. And interesting that a driver telling us that they did it right and they did it fast. Oh, big launch out of Benny's. And that's the slow way around the course when you see the underneath of the Mack Truck hull. So the split is...
The split was a 30.71, and I still reckon Greg's second-guessing himself on some of these corners. You can see the hesitation as he comes up to it. It's not as smooth as he normally would like.
Yeah, look, I think that the confidence level after sort of getting one way so many times is going to be, causing that little bit of hesitation, the departure from the normal race line as Greg Harriman hits the line.
59.58. A 59.58. Greg will be very happy.
That is 0.4 seconds quicker than his previous best time, and rotation spot on ski.
Yep.
Hey, notice how I'm using the spot on ski. That's
Russian.
Yeah, well, actually, we should be talking about Russia. They aren't having much. You've got a late them.
Mate, we don't on politics, religion.
Yeah,
I'm going to leave that all out of it.
Anyway, look, you know, can't believe I took myself down that bloody path.
We could get ourselves into a lot of trouble there with the voices that we've got. I think best to walk away now while we can.
Yeah. So, look, it's a race boat.
Yeah, let's do that.
TJ, and in the Pulse machine, the Pulse hull with the JRE engine. He did say that they just don't quite have the equipment with them. They wanted to go with a bit of different blades in here, different big bellas. Don't have that equipment here, but they are incredibly happy with the way this boat is performing out of the water.
And they should be. Have a look at the way this brand new boat, never been on the water before, a lot of R&D, sits on the water. TJ used to pilot the twin turbo Maniac and was one of the fastest boat drivers that we had at the time. He is out here to try and get some data for these guys for the Pulse boats, and he's doing exactly that. Look at this machine sit on the water. Not pushing a lot of water, it's sitting flat, it's steered on the switchback, nice and neat. And the split for TJ is a 29.38. Oh.
What's happened? That...
No, he's just lost his way, but he's back.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a hesitation because he went, do I need to go right, do I need to go left?
Yep.
TJ will be pretty hard on himself about that.
Absolutely.
Initially, and then he go, oh, well, that's racing.
But he's got it now.
He's back onto it. And it's very rare that you see a boat come out of the box and perform the way that this particular boat is.
That is so
TJ across the line there.
A 59.15. So even with that little hesitation, he's 0.5 of a second quicker than Greg.
And he's actually about 3 seconds slower, which by the time you get off it and get back on it, that would account for 3 seconds slower than his previous best time.
As you said, Kobe, he'll be very disappointed with himself.
Yeah, no, that's right. Get 3 seconds slower. So that's going to make it hard to get into the top 6 when you've got the likes of Jody Eli and Angel Brennan coming out now. You've still got Garlow sitting in the pits. You've got Justin Royland sitting in the pits. Yep. So does that mean that we might not be seeing TJ heading into the top 6? ELY is what they call him. Jody Eli, Angel Brennan for Super Chief Auto, signed perfection, GM Motorsport. And I didn't have a chat to Jody during the lunch break, but I did have a chat to Crew Chief Greg Blazczyk, who did say, look, they were going to try and find a few things, find a few extra seconds, but that's been thrown out of the window because we've lost our qualifying call due to weather. Qualified straight into top 12. The
fastest time on the split so far, a 28.41. That's where Jody likes to be, at the pointy end. And he's absolutely laying down the gauntlet to Justin Roylance. Let's see what he can do when he brings it home. This will be a time to catch. All he's got to do is make the top 6. I think he'll do that.
Oh, yes.
A 46.69.
Hang on.
That can't be right.
No, that cannot be right because that means he has smoked them.
Yeah, well,
so we've got a few situations going up here in the commentary box. I'm staying out of it.
Leave that with us, folks. We'll come back to you in time.
We will come back
but
to you.
But definitely not 46.
All right, what we are going to do is we'll have to have a look at a bit of an action replay. Maybe. I'm quite definite we might have to.
Even that split second is about 10 seconds out.
So anyway, we are moving forward. This will be Toughen Up. Danny Nappy, Darren Tickle, International Group 8 400s, top 12. Here we are, sudden death. From 12 we go to 6, from 6 we go to 3. And then we go straight to the top 3 in each category. This is top 12 International Group A 400s. Danny Nappy Darren Tickle. And I'll tell you what, these guys seem to be right off the pace from what they were doing earlier. They seem to just
again,
not quite be there.
He just seems to be second guessing when he comes to these corners and backing off, which is not what you would expect at this time of the racing day. Maybe he had a little bit too many pies or something at lunchtime, but he is way off the pace where he should have been. His split is a 31.79.
Oh, that's wrong way right there. He's doing a little bit of a lap around that island, and well, unless he's trying to sort of circle fish into a per se net, there's not much use for it.
He's out. He's done.
And so, well, time will tell, but the time has blown out.
No, the time won't count. They didn't correct that, so that's a shame for Danny. That's his day done. He can put his boat on the trailer and concentrate on tomorrow's round.
I think that this rainfall into the driver's face, because a lot of these guys and girls have open face helmets, and well, as you know, when you're riding a motorbike, it hurts.
It hurts, God, it hurts.
So, and particularly if you get one right on the end of the beak, it makes your eyes water. So then you've got water pouring into your eyes in the rain. Your eyes are watering for the tear ducts because you've got one right in the beak. And, well, you've just got some information, mate.
I have. For the Rampage crew out there, we've worked out what happened, and this is a scoop, because what happens if you go the wrong way?
Hang on. Well, the scoop, we'll come back to it.
All right.
Because we've got Justin Roylands out there. Justin Roylands will not know what the scoop is.
No, he won't.
So Justin Roylands in the Spitwater machine, currently leading the championship. This particular vessel is a jet speed hull. It is looking brilliant for Spitwater, Penrite, JRE race engines, Roylands track replacement, Steel Tech. So Michelle Hodge doing a great job in the silly seat. The rain falling harder and the split is.
The split is a massive score of a 27.91. Score of a 27.91. Fastest split so far, KB. Justin's just backing it off now because
he's
the
got
rain.
himself lost.
I believe
he has got himself lost, and he's trying to find his way around. He is going, oh my goodness, he's got
done.
the walking stick
No,
out
he's
there.
done. He's out.
He's
out.
He can get it back. Can he get it back? I'll tell you what, this is going to be hard yards to get the rotation right. He needs to get it right, because if he does get it right, he might be extra points in the championship overall. And given that there's only 3 points, he's back on the rotation proper. But this will be an all-important lap in the overall championship come the end of the season. Smart driving by Justin Roylands until he's gone the wrong way again. No, he's back on track.
Yeah, now he has.
Oh, now there is confusion galore. He's going to need a refill. Oh, has this run, these last 2 runs are poignant in the championship.
He's done. No, he's not. He's still going to try and correct it. If he can correct it, he can still save race. He's just got to make the top 6. No matter what the time is, he's just got to make the top 6. Did he correct it? He did. Time will count.
It's got to be one of the longest, fastest laps I've ever seen. 1 minute, 49 seconds and some change off the back of a scoop.
Now the scoop is Jody Eli is out.
Jody Eli, second in the championship, gone, wrong way.
Wrong way. That's why he got that magnificent time.
Justin Roylands got the track direction right eventually. So in the overall championship, Justin 1 round ahead of Jody. Will Justin make the top 6?
Now that's the next thing.
Whoa.
He's got to make the top 6. I
don't know that I've got enough in my brain to write that time down. There is that many numbers in that last lap that Justin Roylands did. I'll need an abacus.
How quickly it turns. And look, this rain has to be having a little bit of an effect on our drivers. Those corners come up so quick. With the rain on the visor, it's got to be affecting them, because 2 mistakes from our 2 top players, that just doesn't happen.
Jared Kesper, absolutely on it, just throwing this.
Now Darren won't know. All he's got to do is rotate to go through.
Oh, and he's bogged it down. He's just overdriving it at the moment. But I'll tell you what, he'll be loving it. Just going, you know what, this could be the last chance to dance for the day. I might as well give it plenty. And he's certainly not holding anything back. He's throwing it around like it's a doll.
34.11, he's way off the pace, but that doesn't matter. It's a knockout. If you go the wrong way and don't correct it, you are out, as Rampage has just found out. If you go the wrong way...
Righto, all right, so Darren Kesper out on track at the moment, but it is going to be the last run before we take a break due to heavy rain. We've had a couple of people say that is getting too hard out there. It is getting too dangerous, but geez, Darren Kesper and William Phillips, wow, that is the best drive for these guys all day
and
by
in these
a mile.
conditions, 65.90, a 65.90. So as KV just said, folks, this rain is just getting that a little bit too heavy, a little bit too dangerous. Bear with us, we're hoping it'll pass and we can keep racing. So try and get yourself somewhere where it's dry, grab yourself a drink, something to eat, and we will be back as soon as the weather gods favour us.
Yeah, mate, so we want to do an anti-rain dance. And I think an anti-rain dance, so what you and I need to do is maybe sort of nude up.
Right.
And do a bit of boogity.
Well, that'll get rid of the crowd.
Well, there's a good point.
We don't want that.
No, we don't.
No,
hey, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back very soon.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926. Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
About 3:30. See how we go here. So if the rain sort of is just sort of continuing along that the same trajectory, it's unlikely that we'll be able to finish the day according to plan and under our time restrictions. Hey, we'd like to wish a big happy birthday to Tweed Valley Club member Charlie, 15 years old. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charlie. Happy birthday to you. I'm going to be a tenner.
Oh, you're a long way off a tenner, mate. I wouldn't even put you on the scale.
Hey, mate, news out of the pits, right? There's been a lot of people in there trying to get computers out of the rain, trying to get equipment out of the rain. And I did see Vanessa Stanley. She stepped right up and got a bucket of water out of the rain.
That was good.
That was awesome, you know, because we've got to be careful of buckets of water in the rain.
Yeah, we don't want those buckets of water to get wet, do we? Well done, Vanessa, you are stepping up.
She said to me, Cavey, please don't say that. I went, well, if you hadn't have said please don't say that, I still would have said it.
Vanessa, you should know better. You've been around long enough.
Oh, I would have thought so. But, well, there is hope yet. We've had a bit of a look at the radar.
We believe there might be a small pocket, a very small pocket.
So bear with us. Otherwise, look, no, just bear with us. We've only got 20 minutes to wait, and we'll be able to sort of make a firm decision by then. But in the meantime, we've enjoyed the racing so far today, Paul. Tomorrow is going to be a completely different day. The forecast, haven't quite had a look at it because, mate, I'd rather listen to a farmer than a weather forecaster.
Well, weather forecasters don't get it wrong, do they?
No. Geez, I tell you what.
No.
I reckon weather forecasters and politicians are in the same vein, aren't they?
Well,
they
again...
make decisions, they make predictions, and nothing ever happens the right way.
And ain't the truth. We've been down that road many a time. It's a real shame that the weather has started to move in a little bit. We've got a lot of drivers, a lot of navvies, a lot of crews who have travelled a long, long way. They've had an 8-month hiatus and they are biting at the bit to get their machines out there on the water. We've done pretty well to get to about 3 o'clock, I think. We've got 4 qualifying runs in. 3 qualifying runs and a practice run. Plus, we got the start of our top 12.
Yep.
Started to sort a few of these boats out. Now, one thing we did find out, mate, was these pulse boats. They are going to be something to be reckoned with.
There is no doubt about that. We've seen what Fonzie Mullen's been able to bring to the table with this new hull. He's got his own sort of jet unit tweaking and tuning package. We're just going to take a quick break here for a second because we have our race director, Grant Burke, in here. He's going to impart some wisdom, so we'll be back in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately that will be the end of racing for today, but the Tweed Valley Jet Sprint Club have just come to us and said if you still retain your tickets for today, you will be able to come in tomorrow utilising those same tickets. If you've thrown them away, we are sorry, we cannot reissue them. However, that is very generous of the Tweed Valley Jet Sprint Club to offer that. If you've got tickets for today, they will still be valid for tomorrow. So that is great news for everybody. Unfortunately, the end of the racing for today. And the way it's going to work is we go all the way back to qualifying round number 3. The person who finished fastest in each of the class will get first place, second fastest, third place, third fastest in qualifying round 3. So that's how the points will work. Paul, bugger.
That's one word for it, KV, yeah, and we've got our timing guys working feverishly now trying to work out who was what in round 3, because there will be some disputes, you can guarantee that, but that's what the rules state. We go back to round 3, doesn't matter what 1 and 2 did, round 3, and whoever's the fastest, first, second and third will get the podium spots. The weather gods were good for us for quite a while. We just needed a few more hours to get through those finals, and unfortunately, folks, can't do anything about the weather.
No, that's right, and yeah, just a little bit hard for these guys and girls to be able to see what they're doing. Obviously, you know, boating, it's a water sport, but you need to be able to see what you're doing at the speed that these boys and girls are going at.
Safety's first.
So we've called it on a safety situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry to end the day early. I'll be at the Beach Hotel, I dare say, within about an hour or so.
What are you walking?
Nobody came down, mate, to request our autographs, so we can do that.
We'll try it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll try it for tomorrow.
Surely one.
No, not even a single one.
Was that bad?
Yeah, I think so. Well, but then again, we hide in the commentary tower. Nobody knows what we look like, so maybe
that's a good thing.
That's a good thing for them.
Because I know what we look like.
Yeah, Jesus, I've been looking at you all day, mate. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have nightmares.
That's not good, is it?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still on the live stream, are we? Ladies and gentlemen, at home and around the world, we do apologise. However, we do not have control of the weather, but we will be back tomorrow. I do believe the forecast. Right, now let's have a look at this live forecast.
Just while you're doing that, mate, a massive thank you to all the guys that tuned in on YouTube. For taking the time out to watch that. The guys are all over the world, actually. I think someone was saying before, we've got 7-point-something million followers on Bookface. And because we had a bit of a hiccup on the Facebook, we diverted you all to YouTube. And it was just fantastic to see all the followers out there. So thank you to you guys. We're doing it all again tomorrow. Weather, let's pray to the weather gods again, KV, but hopefully tomorrow we'll be out there. What's the scoop on the weather for tomorrow?
The scoop for tomorrow, now remember that they were forecasting yesterday 200 mil of rain.
Yep.
And I didn't even get my hair wet. Tomorrow's forecast is about the same, but I doubt we're going to get our hair wet. So we'll see you back here tomorrow.
I agree. Well, let's think positive, and let's hope that whatever rain that they've got installed, they can smash it down today and tonight. And then tomorrow morning we wake up, the sun's shining, the birds are singing, and the boats are racing.
Oh, geez, and how good's that, mate? Trees and flowers and chirping birds and nice young men in their clean white coats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow.
Kumbaya and V8 boats, I love it.